We on?
We're on.
We're on.
I feel like Alan Brazil here.
You look like Alan Brazil.
I do. So. Oh. So.
Right, 6-5, Russ.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Well, we've just been dragged in here, so. Here we go then.
Been a tactical game, Russ.
It has been 6-5, you know.
How do you think it's going to end up?
Well, I don't know. Here we go. So, Kev Bolland here, setting down. Oh, it's missed an easy one there.
In or over?
In or
in
over.
Or over. The old fucking in or over.
Stop swearing. I've warned you once.
I know.
So. Stop checking your Facebook. What are you doing there? Nothing, mate. So.
Right.
You go for a win.
So we're on. Who's favourite for the frame, Russ? Do you reckon?
Well, it's 6-5 at the moment. I reckon.
Steve's in play.
Steve's in play. Steve's the favourite, but who knows what could happen here? I reckon Kev's a one on.
He's got to do some magic, hasn't he? He's got
He
two
does.
yellows. Two yellows down bottom of the table.
Yes, Steve's got to
does the
pull
magic.
some out.
For me, this is the deciding shot.
Yeah, definitely.
If he gets a good position from here, he's on it.
Indeed.
He's on it. Oh, it's a nice shot. Nice controlled shot. If that yellow goes...
If you can pull out from there, then we're
If
happy.
the yellow goes, he's done well. Thing is, he may as well go all in for the shot. Black's open.
Yeah.
If it goes in, he's on his yellow.
Yeah. Indeed.
Kev's reds are still tied up. If it rattles, he's in position, isn't he?
Oh, Steve didn't want to do that, did he?
No, a bit too
Neil
sweet.
didn't
wasn't
want
it?
to do that, did he?
A bit
It was a bit silly, yes.
bit too clinical. Right.
I don't think that's the right shot.
Kev's got an important plant. This plant goes in, Kev wins the frame.
Oh,
It's a good shot.
Kev's on the play. Neil, you may be calling this, but the way I saw you play earlier, it wasn't very good.
Oh, has he run
Oh, where's he rolled to?
Oh, perfect. Had a little cheeky look. Roll it in, Kev.
Yes, Kev.
6
we're
all.
there.
6 all. 6 all. Playing a best of 3.
First to 8.
Yeah, it's best of 3 now.
Yeah, it is. There he goes. So, everybody views where we at with the football or the football.
Well, Sam will be happy because Sheffield United are winning.
Yeah.
Piggy.
That's all he's happy about, isn't he?
That's all he's happy about.
Yeah. Neil Rook says Kev Bolland's on the way to go. We're winning.
Neil Rooks is saying up the wangers. Up the wangers is saying.
Yeah. They've had the courage, so
considering that
matters.
Kev did hand him up earlier on, unfortunately.
Kev, don't read the comments on your
Rooks
phone, mate.
He's handed him his buttocks earlier on. 6
Kev,
all.
don't read the comments on your phone. Will do you no good. Just play pool, big man.
Dry break from Steve. Not left much. Fair. Either way, Reds or Yellows have the problems on this.
It's not a good
on this
break,
break.
but
Kev will do what he does. Pot the balls that are available. Then tie him up.
Christoph.
To be honest, Kev's one good shot away from winning this frame. Yeah, it's where the yellows are. If he can get good on the two yellows that are together, if he can get good on the first one, he'll get on the second one. It's nearly all about this shot. The position of the white on this shot. He's about there. He's about there. All depends on now if he wants to take the clear up or wait for a second chance.
Are you two commentating?
It's a long.
A little bit, yes. Can you tell?
It's a good shot.
So Bob Charles joined us in the scene.
So I talked
How you
about
doing,
earlier,
Bob?
two yellows together. If you can get the first
Oh
one
no,
and
Bob,
screw
you
back,
can't go away. How you doing, Bob?
All right,
for the
that's how you
second
say
one.
it.
Oh, perfect.
Are you ready for your
Perfect
semi-final?
shot.
I am.
The only
You
problem
good?
is he's left
I am.
himself a difficult shot to
Alright.
get on his last yellow.
Get a bit of Steve Meister.
That's it.
You know the guy who's there ready for you?
How many you had, Russ?
12.
It's gone round.
Hi, Sam.
Oh, well, that's well done. It's well played, Paul.
Yeah. No, we're commentating.
Roll this in, black down the cushion, 7-6. Score the quick. Steve's in the way. Steve's banged his head on the dartboard. It's all going on.
Yes,
And
Kev.
he sinks it, and he sinks it.
With the
7-6.
wangers.
Steve to break.
What are we doing?
I'm not bad. You?
Chris, is our bet coming in?
Let's have a look.
I got promoted this year. I finished 5th. I got promoted. Obviously, didn't make it to
Yeah,
finals
bet came
day.
in.
Oh,
Bet
bet
came in.
comes in. Oh, here we go. So,
Drop my phone.
I didn't win every game, but I just lost. But
Right.
I managed to lose 8-6 here and there, you know. It's winning frames. That's what you do. Neil, stop being bitter. Neil, there's plenty of cheesecakes
Right.
left in Spa.
Back to the game. Back to the game. 7-6. 7-6 to Kev. Kev's break.
6-all here in a
7-6.
semi-final.
7-6.
Oh. It's 7-6 to Kev.
How many beers you had?
Same as you. Hang on here. It was changed at 6-all. It was at 6-all there.
Good break here. Could finish the match.
Oh.
He's got a red in. What would you say, Russ? Yellows?
That's a tough one. I'd take yellows here. I don't know. You got the one on the back cushion
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
I think reds. The problem is, I think the reds leave less complications, but you can't get a red straight off the bat, can you? So you're gonna have to take the yellows. Work your way around.
Big Kev's gone red.
It's
2-0 Sheffield United here.
Sheffield United got 2-0 up. By
Wow.
the way.
That's my bet out with 2-all Man United. Oh, who's your mate who runs this Yorkshire project?
And
He's like punching air like
Sam's
he's get out of
buzzing.
fashion. Sam's just running for the bread van.
Somebody just put an E in Sam's Coca-Cola.
He's off his tits, mate.
He's off his tits.
What's he doing?
No. Let's put some perspective on it. Sheffield United beating Manchester United 2-0.
How is that happening? Please tell me, how is this happening?
You need to understand that I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan.
I understand that, pal. I'm a Leeds United fan. But still, how is this happening?
So what you two are basically saying is because you like Leeds and Sheffield
Yeah.
Wednesday, you know fuck all about football.
Yeah, basically, Gary's right. We've got a Leeds fan, Sheffield Wednesday fan. We know nothing about football.
Leeds fans, what do they all say about Leeds fans?
We all love Leeds scum.
What will guarantee? What will guarantee?
And cordless power tools, what they got in common?
100%. Mauricio Pochettino will be in charge of Manchester United by Wednesday.
Oh, is that
By
what you-
Wednesday.
by Wednesday? Is that what we're going for?
Yeah.
By 7 o'clock.
And if it's 2-2, we win as bet. So
Yeah,
come on, Man U. Right, back to the poll.
And here we are.
Kev broke.
There's tension.
Steve took the colours.
Kev's looking a bit disarray there.
Steve rolls one up.
I don't think you rolled one up.
Maybe
I think
not
you
good
missed.
A good positional shot here. From here on, good positional shot.
It's on whatever spot you
Kev's
want,
looks
mate.
Kev,
For the pool.
well, Kev's not on it, but at least he's got a shot on it. If he slide this in the middle, it'll be on the black. He's unlucky. He's tried.
That's a good one.
But yellow's rolled kind of safe. Steve's got a chance on the Reds.
Okay, I love his terminology. The yellows are kind of safe.
Yeah, it's on the double in it. He's got a double on the yellow.
The yellows are kind of safe.
Yeah, he's got a double on the yellow, but it's safe enough.
Kind of on the table.
It's
I'll just
safe
keep
enough.
drinking my
It's
beer,
safe
you
enough
know.
for Steve to
Just
go
drinking his
for the
beer
poll.
thinking, fuck it, I'll be in Australia in 4 weeks.
Yeah, damn right. I'm off on holiday, pal. Do you not know?
Yeah, you told me 4 weeks ago. Hated
So?
you ever since, and you beat me.
Yeah. It was worth it, pal. Worth it.
Kev will go for this. All day long,
Is
Kev
he
will
yellow
go for
safe?
this.
No.
Safe.
Oh. Kev, do not expect that to bounce like that.
Nah, I thought he'd go for cross double.
No, I don't think he
Fancied
did.
the cross double. No, I fancied the cross double rather than down the cush.
Fancied the cross double. Get the fuck off.
If you're watching this boring stream, up next you've got Danny Blair on the commentary. Then
Oh.
Danny is something that you will not believe.
If you could have £1 for every time he
Yeah.
says
Get rid
right,
of Get your
Then-
swear jar out.
get your swear jar out
Get
for
your swear
Danny
jar
Blair.
out for Danny Blair.
Danny Blair's on the next.
On next.
Yeah.
Wait.
Every time he says right or I don't understand or no, then that's Danny.
Let's try and get right in the way.
Fair us, this is,
I don't understand trying to right.
could end up an easy clearance here.
Yeah.
Just slot them all in. There's no hard shots. 3 over the bag left. 1 in the nearly middle of the table. Should be 7-0.
Should be. But anything can happen here, big man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Steve's playing well.
Yeah.
He'll finish this.
So.
Last frame decider. Steve to break. Rooksy's got some cheesecake out.
Well, she's got cheesecake. Where's
Rooksy's bringing
cheesecake?
cheesecake.
That safety shot was like a cheesecake. Like a mouldy cheesecake. Go on, go on.
Just enough.
Just enough.
Pressure's on. Steve didn't think he'd get this far, so he's worried that he's apt in his drinking.
He is. Steve stopped drinking about 2 hours ago, didn't he? Just?
He's left it quite straight.
Oh, he's not
Left.
left it nice there.
He's left the what I call get your plums out shot.
Oh. Bit of naughtiness, here we go.
Oh, he's gone nice.
Oh,
and
he's missed it. He's not at the black safe. Yellow on what?
Kev don't want to win.
Oh, Kev, what are you doing?
I think he's played a 3-cushion snooker. or something along them lines.
What are you doing?
7-all, 7-all, that's 7-all.
Oh, wow, here we go.
Stevie.
What are you doing? You muting us?
No. Yeah, it's kind of it. It's kind of like YouTube knobheads up. It's to me there.
Trying to get.
No.
Here we go, to the final frame.
I don't know
Final
if
frame.
you're listening, but I'm playing by myself.
Last frame decider.
So, we're up to 7-all here, Christoph.
No, it should be, shouldn't it? It's 2 players playing well, 7-all. Go on. You know what I think? I think, Russ, at this point they should say, right, 20 quid each, little wager on it.
Yeah, damn right,
Both
let's
players,
go.
20 quid each, little wager on it.
No.
Make the last frame mean something. Little 20 quid each bet.
6 minutes, 6 rounds, you fucking battered him.
No, they're not
Well,
listening.
speed
They're
pull
not-
for
they're
the
not up for
final
it. They're not
round.
up for it. They're not up for it.
No,
They're not up for it.
I can't wait for the next game anyway, mate.
Yeah, Stevie's
Oh,
if
Phil
Stevie is
Stevenson
going to get
versus
some
Bob
slack.
Chard.
Yeah, we're all
Oh, mate.
we're going for Chad.
The dry
Next.
break, Russ.
Oh.
The dry break.
Here we go.
He's not left much.
He's not left much. That white ball is pretty safe
Yeah.
in my eyes. Steve Franklin's done a good break there.
If you're not gonna,
eh?
if you don't pot now, leave a good white.
Yeah.
Leave a good white.
He's left a good white. So,
Which in the white horse,
Yeah, he's left a
it's,
good
the,
white in the white
it's the
horse.
only thing you can do.
Kev left a good white.
I think Kev's left a good white there. He's played safety there. All Steve has got to go.
No,
I
no,
think
I
he's
think-
got to play yellow.
I think Steve's a good shot from winning this. One good shot from winning this. Yellows are on. Yellows are on.
Yellow's on, but so are reds. The blacks in a very precarious position there.
Easy for you to say.
Hanging.
I know.
Balance.
Predicament precarious. Precarious.
All right, mate.
This game is hanging balance.
Sorry. Oh,
Oh.
there we go.
That was a mistake. It takes.
I don't know if we've got any viewers, but if you're used to watching Yorkshire
Oh,
Project,
Neil, are we keeping you up?
then this is a standard of Driffield Pole League. It might make you turn off.
How many views have we got right now?
I don't know.
Don't know, don't care.
No, but to be fair, Kev's played a nice shot there. He's got a chance of getting these reds. He's got a chance.
If Kev can clear up here. I'm waiting for a comment here, Gary.
To be fair,
Steve.
personally,
How you doing?
personally, I won't mind any of these players being in the final because, in reality, both of them probably weren't favourites to get to this stage.
Nope. You play
Ru-
pull on the end of the
Brooksy
day.
finished top of the league. Joe Mills, we know what Joe Mills plays like, and they've both been beat, so they both deserve to be at this stage.
At the end
Everybody
of the day,
expected
it's,
you to win, Brooksy. Don't worry about that.
end of the day, it's best of 8 frames. Play to 8, you win 8.
It wasn't best of 8, best of 15, but carry on. You're all right. Keep going. Who's correcting you, mate?
I've had 10 pints, I'm sorry.
I know you're doing really. Honestly, mate, you're doing really well. First time, and then that time I've known you, I'm like, yeah, you're doing really well.
Thank you.
Serious.
So,
Just trying to throw me out of George's bar and that. I'm like, no, Russ, you're doing really well.
Right. Kev just rattled a red. He's unlucky on that shot.
where's my beer? Anyway,
Anyhow, back to the game. No, you've got
Steve's
some
in the
really good
situation
points.
where-
I've said in my commentary for Go on, Bob.
Just about every yellow's on.
Really?
But the
Wanna
first
go
shot
on,
is
Bob?
going to be
I'm Team Bob.
tricky
When we took it
to
off
leave him
in
up perfect for the next shot.
Mate, I tell you what, come in.
But he sank it.
Yeah,
He
can I
sank
just-
it.
can
He's
we
done
just
well.
talk about- Chris, can we just talk about the hoggy in the pool, in the pond thing? It will not come anywhere near me.
So,
Just on a side note, no, apart from the pool, Andy Hogg is getting put in the Hutton Cranswick pond tonight. But
so
Andy Hogg,
Order of the
he
Peaky
thinks
Blinders.
he's been stealth by coming as an homeless person,
Yeah, and trying to distract me with his younger brother.
trying to distract him because he's brought his younger brother.
it looks a bit like Ian Peel out of Coronation EastEnders.
Steve's gone all out. He's gone all out.
But
He's gone all
things
out.
happen.
Kev's checking, see if the ball's dead.
That's a ball. That's a ball.
Oh, it's getting tetchy. It's getting tetchy.
A ball.
Good call by Kev, to be fair. The ball's dead, so Steve has to play a decent shot. White touched. So he's on the total.
Shot, Steve.
where's your mate, Gary?
Andy Hogg.
No, your other mate.
Andy Hogg's there, look. He's there, look.
I know.
Andy Hogg's drinking. Where's your other mate?
Which other mate?
Craig Smith.
Oh, don't know, mate.
Craig Smith. Where's Craig
lucky,
Smith?
lucky Kev.
It's unlucky.
Craig Smith is home washing nappies.
Right, in reality,
Little girly skaties.
Steve's got 2 shots, ball in hand. He needs to clear these up.
He does. Right, Steve, this is a game to win. And here we go.
7 all.
It's a game to win and somebody's game to lose.
Get your balls out.
And
Put your balls on the table.
this is where
Sort
Steve
the job
goes.
out.
This is where he picks up his bollocks, grabs him in his hand, and takes it. Let's go. Sink it down there, and there we go.
Well, see if he does it. He's got a drop middle bag. He's got 3 drop-ins.
He's got
Three
three
drop-ins on his
simple
colours.
drop-ins. There we go.
Maybe a double on the black.
He's fucking rinsed this game all day.
He's swearing. He told me not to swear.
Sorry, my bad. I've had a beer. I've had 12
Don't worry about it.
pints.
Nobody's watching.
No, no one's watching us. No one's listening. Hey up, Danny Glasson, how you doing?
He's not coming.
Hey up, how are you doing? Don't cry.
Nice controlled shot, to be fair, by Steve.
Joe Mills
Left
seaman.
himself 2 options.
Joe Mills loves spreading his semen.
Oh, doesn't he?
Either, whichever way he chooses to go, he should leave himself with a shot on the black.
I'll tell you exactly what happened that night. He said, Kim, you look a little bit flat. She went, pump me up.
Rolled one in, roll the next one in, take your medicine on
Say
the
that
black.
again, Gary.
Yeah, you look a little, Kim, you look a little bit flat. Oh, I'll tell you what then. Pump me up. All right, I'll just get the foot pump out.
Leaving
Right,
himself.
What's this?
Good double or a
Well,
long
lay on the
black,
floor, stick your
in
arms
my
up and I'll
opinion.
ride you like sea biscuit.
You're a knob.
Massive. Oh,
See,
tension mounts.
he's
Here we go.
The black's
like I
kinda
said,
safe.
let's take
Here
his
we go.
medicine. He either had to leave himself a long flat
Someone
or
do
the double.
The black's kind
Looking
of
from
safe.
where I'm sat, the black's not doubling. Maybe a treble in top corner.
I like your optimism.
Oh, bit of optimism.
Let's be honest.
The crowd size.
The crowd side.
He's put his cue down.
Kev's got a roll in,
In my
bottom
world,
bag,
that
middle
is
bag, bring
conceding.
himself round for the black.
No offense, but Steve's
Kev
put
will
his
not.
cue down.
Kev will not
Are we
mess
not
this up.
conceding?
Kev will not mess this up.
Oh, that was a fucking squeaky bum time, wasn't it?
That is a ballsy shot from
what a
Kev.
shot. If he goes top bag here, he's got big balls.
He's
middle
gone
bag.
middle.
got middle
Wow.
bag.
What a game from Kev.
That's it. 8-7.
Wow, that is a
8-7.
game to finish on. Wow. Yes. Kev Bolland.
Well played, Kev.
Wow.
Kev Ball in the final.
Legend, all the way.
Didn't want to win the lag.
Attention, lads. It's all 9 games. Stevie Chin. He likes a stiff shot.
Are we on? Do we know?
Stevie looks like the slim version of Eddie Walton.
Stevie to break, slim version of Eddie Walton. Breaks like Eddie Walton now. I don't think I'm on. He turned it off, I think. I don't know how to turn it on. Go get the piggy bastard. Where is he, Piggy? Where's Piggy gone? Ross. Ross, where's Piggy? Go find Piggy. To turn me on.
I'll turn you on, but you won't like it. You might go.
Hey. Hey.
Wheels are going, that. Ball control. Say that. Ball control by Mr. Stevenson is unfucking believable.
You tell me stuff to say and I'll say it.
No. Shit's gonna go.
We're on here, Chris. Me and you, mate.
We're not on. It's not turned on.
Get going. There you go.
Just do scores as well, Chris.
Yeah. Right, that's 1-0 Stevie.
1-0 Stevie. How do you do scores like?
I'll do that.
80 Walton turns back time. Say that. 80 Walton turns back time and goes 1-0 up.
Right, we're 1-0 up on Stevie. It's like 80 Walton turning back time. It's like 80 Walton 10 years ago. Prime of his life.
Is he back up? Can you hear me?
No.
I can't hear you, man.
Don't worry about it.
Well, last time we could hear one another.
Well, I don't know what's happening. Gary Parker's messing with the dials, so it could happen.
You might get electrocuted.
Yeah.
No, mate.
Right, we're on.
They're not on.
Bob Chard to break.
Not Bob Chad to break.
They're not on.
Not to get a
What do you
match
mean
game.
that on? Go get him.
Could you ever see her at 1-0?
No. He's got rid of the break. Charlie's got a chance of clearing these. Crap table. Not a good spread on the Reds. Might take yellows. Might take yellows.
But I can't hear one word what he's saying.
Sam, have you brought your own cue?
No.
Who's who are you playing with?
Hey Chris, are you there?
I can hear you now.
What? Through the head, mate?
Yeah,
No.
I can hear you now. Just heard you.
What?
What? Sam, you're a piggy bastard.
Yeah, well, that's going out live, innit? So it's a bit harsh, that, innit?
Is it? It's
Well,
the
yeah,
truth.
yeah, especially when it's live.
Well, but it was the truth.
Well, that's harsh, isn't it?
Well, the swearing bit was probably harsh.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But you're still a piggy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And you're
still a
winning.
piggy, but
and
yeah.
you're winning.
And I'm winning. No, I'm not.
No,
actually.
they're winning. They're winning.
Oh, they're,
2-1.
well, yeah, 2-1, yeah. But anyway, yeah, you just need to turning up on there.
All right.
This one here,
All
that's
right.
for audio.
Calm down.
To talk between, yeah.
Calm down. People, calm down. Jesus Christ. Listen, all fans are watching Yorkshire Project. Let me just be honest to everybody. The poll you're going to watch is going to be substandard, and the commentary is going to be less than that, and worse than that. You've got Danny Blair at the side of me, who has not got a clue about any pool shot he's ever played in his life.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Right, you're up. Stevie's on yellows. What's he going to do?
He's going to roll this one. Bottom bag, right in corner. Opposite bag, into middle, into middle, into middle. And then he'll be
What's
on
it?
the trick.
What's he doing with the tricky one?
Well, he hasn't figured that out himself yet.
Yeah, I know,
So-
but as commentators, let's figure it out. How's he getting on it?
Yeah, you see.
How's he getting on
Bottom bag.
it? See, for me,
There we go.
play a few shots, put a few yellows. I reckon off the one in the middle, the one he's got our side of the table, the yellow at this side of the table, can he clear that pocket and bring the yellow out?
Yeah.
No, leave himself an angle. That, yeah, it's close to that. What I'm saying,
No.
what I'm saying right now is cut that in, send the white up, clear that pocket. Is that?
No.
Not feasible today?
No, not from here.
He's had so many
They've
pints,
gone-
hasn't he?
yeah.
He's had so many pints for that.
Again, this middle. Roll this one in. I'll come back down to opposite middle.
See, we know what Stevie's playing. Stevie, you got to understand about Stevie. He's playing a lot of pool. He's got a pool table at home. He's doing a lot of practice. He should be better than a lot of people he's playing.
Yeah.
But to be
But
fair,
Gibson,
that's a good shot. That is a good shot.
tell you. He's all right though, Stevie. When he gets a 3-4-0 up, he jibs it.
Well,
Gets
yeah.
nervous.
Maybe. But
That's it. Little Rooks, under pressure, he plays all right.
no, Rooksy's had a bad day. Rooksy's had a bad day at the office. Rooksy doesn't have many bad days. Rooksy's played 10 rounds beforehand and not had a bad day, and he's had his worst day on the finals day. Let's be honest.
What he
Rooksy's-
should have done is lost one before he got here.
Yeah, Rooksy's a good player of pool. Let's not worry about that. Stevie's this is the shot that Stevie might jib.
Nah, he's rolled these in. Rolled these in all there. 2-0. Yeah.
To
Too
be
easy.
fair, he's not been on the snuff yet. He's been chilling out on the pints.
Yeah.
It's giving him the best chance to win that shite trophy
Is that in the corner?
in the corner. If the camera could span round to the trophy that we've got, it's a trophy, right? Right, listen. It's a trophy that's been in the pub for about 8 years. That nobody's got a name on it, and all he's done is peeled the laminate off the front of it. He's peeled the laminate off the front of it, and he's putting it out as a trophy.
Well, I thought that was a darts tournament trophy.
No, it was a football trophy first. Then somebody won it from winning darts, and now it's this pool trophy.
Classic.
Classic. But to be fair, Stevie's bought a new braking cue. He's got a new brake. He puts the white on a different spot for his brake. He's confident in it. He's 2-0 up. Can he do a break and dish? Can he rectify our pool league by showing the people who's watching that we're actually any good?
Nah.
No. It's gone straight back to middle.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of breaks and he's been doing it from the left-hand side, so he's gone straight down the middle. So the pressure's on him. He's feeling the pressure.
There we go.
And he's gone dry. He's gone dry.
And I'll tell you what, with someone like Bob here, I think that's it.
The problem, the problem he's got is you can experiment to get against your break against a lot of people.
Hey up, United are 3-2. I'll tell you what. No wonder he's nearly not commentating.
Sam will be fuming.
3-2.
Sam will be fuming.
Tell you what, I don't think we'll see him again tonight, you know. I don't think we'll see him again tonight.
But back on the pole. Bob's on the Reds.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
He's put a good opener, but left himself a bad second shot. He's just wanting to put this over the bag, hoping that Stevie can't get on the balls.
Yeah, Yellow's in play.
Stevie's got...
Look at that, 72, 77, 79.
He's got 2 options here, Stevie. He's got a cluster of 3 balls on the other side of the table that can potentially open up with 1 shot without going for a pot. But Stevie knows that if he gives Bob a chance, that he ain't getting another shot in this frame. So no, he's playing the top bag. He's playing the top bag.
Playing with safe. Ooh.
It's not a bad shot. It's not a bad shot. I don't think it's what he wanted. I think he want the yellow he's knocked down the table. I think he want to leave it over the bag, but
First thing with Stevie, if you watch him, he looks disconfunted after every shot. He looks unhappy. Never looks happy.
He's just going to try and pot his way out of it, isn't he?
Stevie.
He's just going to try and pot his way out of it. He's not thinking any tactics, where to leave the white, where to leave the anything else. All he's thinking is, I'm in a bad situation, can I pot my way out of it? All he's doing. Because he knows now that when he misses this shot, Bob is in prime position, because there's not a red that ain't got a pocket on it. Unless he can cover out.
No. That was just a... I think that was just a hit and hope.
Yeah,
I'd have maybe played off this bottom yellow and leave white behind the black yellow here.
I think the only reason he's not played that shot must be because he couldn't see it fully. He must have been snookered on it. But this is Bob's game. This is where Bob comes into his own, rolling shots in, no pace needed. You'll not see Bob play a shot here that in just pace ball.
There we go, I made a bit...
He's got his get out of jail card on the left top pocket. He's got his get out of jail, so he can bring that round and be on either of them 2 middles. And he'll be confident on the black no matter where he leaves himself. Risky shot though. This is low percentage shot
Misses.
compared to what he's got on. I was saying when you were there, Danny, didn't think he'd get that. I thought he'd miss it. But he's done the same again.
Making work of it.
He's playing a middle bag shot. He's got to play plenty of top on it to get on this one on the top.
Shot.
And it's easy. Looks easy enough to get him on the middle, but then where's he leaving the... It's not this shot. It's not the red he gets on. It's getting a good shot on the black, because that only pots in one pocket. It needs to be next to straight or left hand side of this red to be on the black.
Yeah.
And he's hit the yellow.
Making it hard work now.
Well, he'll pot it.
Good pot.
He'll
Good
pot
pot.
it. He'll pot it, but
Well, it's going round though, isn't it?
getting on the black is.
Right, it'll come round unless it jaws.
I think he hasn't played it.
No.
He's not played it. He's not played it. Stevie should deal him up here. Stevie should deal him up. Problem with Stevie here, he'll go for the win on this visit, but he don't need to. He didn't need to do that. Roll it over the bag, leave him snookered. He should have took the second visit, possibly 2 shots. Because all he's done is left the one on the bottom safer.
Good chance to get on it now though.
Yeah, but
Down bottom chance. Bottom.
he hasn't only got. He's left him 2 get-ons, hasn't he? He's got to get on
come
the
down
one on the
bottom
bottom, then he's got to get on the one near the black. Whereas,
Nice, come on. Come for the tricky yellow.
I think he'll play safe.
Nah. Pot this.
Nah, roll the yellow over.
Nah.
Leave the white tucked up to the black.
Nah. I'll pot this.
Cover the pocket.
Other yellow in same bag.
He's gone for it.
There we
He's
go.
gone for it.
On for the yellow in other same bag.
Yeah, I thought the
Right.
percentages were just roll the yellow down, leave the white
Oh.
near the black.
Bob might go for a cross double here.
Does it go
He
from
is.
your angle?
Yeah. No.
It's better than going in. He's left 2. Stevie's screwed, basically.
No, he ain't. No.
Yeah,
He is
Stevie's
now.
screwed.
It is now.
That was awful.
You stop swearing, Russell.
Yeah, please. No swearing in the crowd, please. Tell you what, there. You can reach a fairway, come Bob.
It's 3 par games of pool.
Go on.
But Bob breaks.
Look, I didn't start that. And I wish I was commentating.
Yes, how you doing?
I wish I was commentating. Kev's a man today.
Right, so we're up 2-1. Bob to break.
I was last person to beat Kev.
Let's
I should be here, not Kev.
there ain't not many in this pool league though break and dish, but Bob's got one in him, Stevie's got one in him. So it's all on the break, I think. Bad break by Bob, it's 3-1. Good breaks, 2-all. Danny, what we're going for?
Yellow's down.
Yellow's down, but
Yeah, yellow's the one.
do you not reckon
Red's,
Reds?
nah, red, yeah.
If it gets a red in here, it's game over. You think?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, I thought so. Reds look good, especially with the red on the bottom right hand
Oh,
pocket, just covering that yellow. Just the obvious colour set to go for.
Yeah. Top
We've all seen Bob play. He should clear these because he's worse. The worst ball on the bottom rail,
Yeah.
but he's got the one over the pocket to leave himself on it. So. Making hard work of it.
I was
Hard
going
work
to
of
say.
it.
Oh, he's got more
Yeah.
straight into middle, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's opted out for different.
Yeah, he's going for
Bit of a safe shot.
yeah, he's going for a
Tell you
concerning
what.
safety. He's put Phil in a predicament that all Bob's world's got a pocket and Stevie's hasn't. So
Yeah.
Bob's gonna be
That fucking fat bastard just beat me.
Bob's gonna be favourite for this frame.
Tell you what.
It's a good effort. It's a good effort.
Tell you what.
It's snooker booker.
What you need to understand if you're listening or watching this stream is that we started at 11 o'clock this morning with 10 pints free 10 free pints each. So the language you might hear behind the scenes might be a bit
Not uncommon. Not uncommon around here.
not uncommon.
Hey ho.
Not
United for you all.
Not uncommon for the White Horse.
Oh, he's back
in
now. Look at him.
Cranswick, but
Look at him.
fucking.
Oh no, we ain't bothered about
I
that.
forgot about that.
Nah, sorry. We got chatting. Hey up VAR, right? VAR's on. Look at him. He's coming here cheering.
Sam's on his hooks. He's on his hooks. Has he got it? Have they got it? Look at him. What a goal.
Well, what's
Good
up with
goal.
that?
Good goal. It's a good goal.
What's it gone to VAR for?
That's a shit decision. Come on, Fritz.
Handball.
Handball.
Handball. That's disallowed all day.
Sam will be fuming. If that's an handball, he will be fuming.
Oh, no, I don't know. It hasn't.
It's off his knee. Just watching football, as a football fan, watching a Sheffield United fan, watching a Premier League game, it is funny. They think they're awesome. And they believe that they don't deserve to lose. It's a goal. It's a goal. All day long goal. All day long.
Yeah.
It's no way. It's his chest. It's got to be his chest.
It's his.
That's a goal.
It's a goal. All day long goal.
Tell you what.
Right, we're on.
Back to the pool
Back to the
here.
pool. Stevie's on
Back to the
yellows.
pool. Stevie's on yellows. And I tell
Stevie's
you
on
what.
yellows. He's got one chance. One
Yeah.
chance only.
So. He can't.
Go. Nice first shot. All he's got to do is control his balls. He's got one bad ball.
Yes!
And
One bad ball, but.
it's not even on for a skilly, is it? The bad balls are not even on for a skilly, is it?
This is, I don't know what he's going here. There you go. All day long we're going to miss that.
What a poor shot. I think he got in his head that he couldn't win the frame. Just let him win it.
We're in a draw now, Christoph.
Nowhere to all.
Damn it.
Right, we're at 2-all. Stevie's break. That's Steve Phil changes his break. He's all day long. He's broke from the left hand side. Got a breaking cue. Last frame, broke from the middle. Dry braked. Will he go back to the left hand side? We're all on that. Draw top one and then one goal in the next one. That's what we're all on at.
Mesnot took headset off there, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Tell you what, White's down. White's in off break.
24 minutes. Yeah.
Worst thing is it'd be past Kev Bolland's fucking bedtime by the time they get on final here.
Kev's not opted to play next year.
And yeah?
No, I don't think he's playing next year. He's still busy. But showing his dominance by getting to the final, then dicking out.
Who's playing?
I think Danny Gladstone took his place.
Yeah, so we've got Danny Gladstone, Jack Beston.
No. I think we've opened the league up, and we had two places to go for, which is Danny Gladstone and Oko.
Yeah. And Bessie got one.
Bezzy and Oko are going to play for.
Yeah, Bessie won tonight.
Yeah, so he's playing in A League and Oko's playing in B League. But Danny Gladstone took Kev's place because he's only played to opt out, if you know what I mean. Yeah, when you're doing it in player. Right, back to what if anybody's watching, I do apologise. The quality of ball's shite. And it's 2-all. Stevie broke. Bob's looking at Reds.
I think Bob's on Reds.
This
The dry break it was. So. Bob's up top of the table here. Oof.
It's a free table. To be fair,
Red look good.
8 out of 10 Stevie's taking these
Yeah.
all day long. But
Pressure in it for Stevie.
yeah, I don't think his man boobs can handle the. Look at his man boobs on the telly there.
He's got a shadow underneath, hasn't he?
Yeah,
It's poor sign when they've got a shadow underneath.
If it was warm in here, he would have boob sweat.
Yeah, 1000% he'd have
Under
boob
boob sweat.
One he just. There we go.
But he's spotted a good red. He's spotted a good red. He's given himself a colour shot. A colour set, sorry.
This is Stevie's frame to lose, is this? The other thing is Black's tighten the cushion.
I think this is a shot.
Ish.
This is a shot. If he misses this, are we on? If he misses this,
Oh. Yeah, I missed it. No.
didn't miss it. To be fair,
There we
he's
go.
left himself nice. I reckon Stevie will get this.
Bottom bag, into middle, and block bar and bottom bag. Game set. Just roll her in.
Rolled it in.
There you go.
But this is a shot. The second red.
Get into middle.
No, yeah, it does. It does. The first red goes into the middle, but the second red is. It's how you leave yourself on this red
Well,
to get on that red.
No, if you leave him straight, it goes in the opposite middle.
Does it?
I reckon. Yeah, after yellow.
Fair.
No, I think he'll take top. I reckon he'll take top red up into top.
Yeah. If he wants to win the frame, he has to go top red. But it's the harder shot of the two. But
Unless he leaves himself into middle and then just
he's
put
going
down
for
bottom
middle.
right.
He's going for middle.
Yeah, go bottom right.
What? Go ballsy for double. Go ballsy double. Oh, he's going to cut for middle. Cut for middle. Give over, Stevie. He went for it.
Cross double.
Yeah, it's the only shot he's got.
Yeah.
You're concentrating, mate, on that.
Shot. Yes. Shot. 3-2. That's
3-2.
Don't know what you done with Ross, mate.
Did that finish 3-all, Sam? Sam?
Oh, got it.
That finished 3-all. The football, did it finish 3-all?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 3-all. Mate, you must be in dreamland with that. You must be in dreamland with that.
2 points dropped from either side, don't it?
Mate,
12 had chances to end it.
everybody, apart
It's like
from
a draw.
Sheffield United fans, must be thinking that they cannot keep this up, and they are, aren't they?
Well, yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan, and I'm in awe of what you're doing. I'll be honest.
Too many, mate.
No, I'll be honest.
Too
I'll
many,
be honest.
mate.
No, I'll be
Because,
honest.
honestly, if you only had 1 or 2, mate, it'd smash your head in.
I am. I'm in awe.
Hey.
What Sheffield United are doing? You, like, they they're not only playing decent football to be winning or drawing. They're
Playing brave, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not doing what other people have done coming up. And as much as it kills me, and it does kill me, Sheffield United, they're killing me. Yeah. But you can't argue what they're doing, can you? You can't argue with it. You can't argue with it. Once upon a time.
Long
Yeah.
time ago, Rooksy.
Yeah, yeah.
You were a teenager then, mate, I think.
I've got the book. It's a fairy tale. Once upon a time, I put my kids to bed with it. Once upon a time, Sheffield Wednesday won a game. Oh, he was a player, Sheridan. That's FA Cup final, that. Yes, League Cup. It was League Cup. Sorry, it was League Cup. Rumbelows Cup. Yeah.
3 table.
Right, we're on back to the ball.
No.
Free table.
3 table, Bob's at table.
Absolute shocking break of the balls. They're in,
Gets on the yellow. Be confident the yellow. There we go. No. Same again. Yellow's in play.
Stevie should take this.
Yeah. Stevie should take these 3 table.
Maybe not at this visit, but dominate the park.
Nah.
Play a couple
Visit.
of shots.
Visit should be comfortable at this visit.
He's looking, sees what scores. He plays enough pool to know what's going off here. His only bad ball is the yellow at top of the ball
Yeah.
that he's playing now.
No.
And he's on it. And he's on it. So
No.
he
Yellow.
has to play it because
Nah.
the bottom red goes, so he has to play it.
It did though. But the yellow into middle didn't go, did it? It did go before he put red in front. Top. But I'll sort this shit out, mate.
He's swearing again, see?
Yeah,
Roxy,
sorry.
You got him
First
swearing
word.
again, Roxy.
Yeah, Roxy's got me swearing again. What? Yeah, I was going to say. Kev beating Roxy's been a sore point of this evening.
No.
I don't think anyone in the pub has not known him being unhappy.
Thing is, the best thing that can happen to you if you're a losing player is that the player that beat you goes on to the final, because then you know he's playing the best ball. Kev's gone from strength to strength, and
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Since I beat Kev, mate, it looks a total different player.
No. I ain't saying Kev's a favourite, but he's playing. He's playing the best pool out of what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
At this stage, he's the best player in the final because the two that we're watching right now have not been performing. But on that note, we all know that these two players can produce break and dish performances or reverse dish. Yeah, well, Stevie's claim to fame is that he beat GI. He's beat G.
He beat GI Chris Patrick
Patrick for £20 on a race to 15
with a 6 start. With a 6 start.
With a 6 start.
So
that's Stevie's claim to fame. On his own table,
at his
in
own
his
house.
own gaff.
Yeah.
But
he beat him 9-7.
The £20 is in a frame above the pool table.
Yeah. Worst thing is, GA offered a fucking rematch.
Yeah, he didn't take that up, did he? Have you seen Eddie Hearn doing the big Chris Patrick going to play in China?
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. I think it cost you about 500 quid.
Yeah, 500 quid. It's embarrassing.
For a call out. I hope he's listening tonight.
But good shot. It's a good shot by Bob. What we're talking? It's 3 to 6:30, so maybe 8:30 when this finishes. Is there another game after this? So
final after this. About 8:30.
Yeah, we're talking 10:30. I don't think Sam's ready for an 10:30, to be fair.
No, he's still buzzing after about a draw, 3-all draw.
Ah, mate, he's an Ethiopian.
So what, Stevie's on here.
I feel sorry for Sam, to be fair. He does a lot of streams, and a lot of his streams are good quality pool, and then he's doing a stream tonight that he's been
pub standard
obliged to do, and I'm guessing his regular followers are not enjoying the standard of what's been produced.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, both the
start
players
from somewhere.
both the players we're watching now both got the standard that is watchable pool, because we all know we play Stevie. He's got his own table. He can break and dish, reverse dish, and Bob's a reverse dish, break and dish master. Like, it's got to be the occasion that's stopping the standard. It's got to be.
Yeah.
You look at this table, what we're looking at now, and it just looks a boring game of pool, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is, to be honest.
I'm gonna
Don't look.
you want it.
Nearly. That caused the big distraction.
Welcome up, see.
It's a nice shot from Philip there.
Yeah, there we go.
Apart from the fact he snookered himself.
Nah,
I think he's okay.
I think he's just okay. Maybe.
Might need to drift it with a bit of side.
But Player capable.
Yes.
There we go. Nice leaf.
I actually think he'll pot this black.
Yeah. Nice fine cut. Just roll it.
I think I'd miss it, but I think he'll pot it.
You would miss it. There we go.
I'd maybe pot it off the jar. So
Maybe that's
Dan,
far
it's
too.
been a nice, pleasant afternoon, hasn't it?
Up to now.
Yes.
Up to now. There's time for it to change.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the naked go-go dancers, I think, were a bit much, really, but
yeah, too much, too early, to be honest.
For a pool event.
9, 10 o'clock maybe should have been forgiven.
yeah.
But thanks for updating the score.
Oh yes, Philip
Yeah.
is doing quite well.
Yeah, he's doing alright as a scar bitch.
Yeah.
Too busy playing pool, I think.
To be fair, you've got to respect Bob. At the age of 70, still playing to this level.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, mate, though, he is the only player who can reach from one end of the table to the other
Yes.
without stretching.
Yes, very much so. He's like Inspector Gadget, really, in real life.
Yeah. He's unbelievable. So,
They call him the Bear because of his obvious penchant for nudity.
he's got some work to do. Stevie's playing.
Well, in fairness, Kev was 4-1 down, but he came back.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stevie was 6-1 up against Des earlier, and Des got back to 6-5.
Yeah. 6 all, wasn't it?
Well, he had a black for 6-0 and he missed it, unfortunately,
Ah.
for Des. Lost 8-5 in the end. But yeah, it just shows to show it's never over.
No.
Well, it is over when it's actually over, obviously. but-
I had he's commanding this lead. If he, I don't know. What did you take here?
Well, they always say you never know, but you actually do in the end, don't you?
Yeah.
You do know, so. Yeah, it's a tricky one. You'd like to be yellows, but
I don't know.
I don't know. The black's a bit tricky, isn't it?
Yeah. Black's tied up with red.
The black makes the reds look a bit interesting. Stevie's just decided,
Yeah.
let Bob decide.
Yeah.
Which might not be a bad tactic.
To be honest, I think Bob will choose reds here.
Yeah. I think the black's always the key to any frame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Been winning, Sam. Been winning.
No, I lost by 1 frame. 3-2 to Andy at home.
You want to borrow my stick?
Might take him in a bit.
Oh, he's took yellows. And they missed.
Well, I think it's still an
Tell
open
you
table.
what. They're not fancying reds. Well, Bob didn't.
Well, it's all about the black in terms of how they're going about the roads.
Talk about the ball. I just fancy reds with that black being tied up.
Definitely Stevie's looking at the reds here.
Yeah. I would. There we go, reds in play.
Yeah, we've got the definitive, yeah, big words. Stevie's got a foothold in the game. Bob's one of the best tactical players in Driffield, so he won't be
Yeah.
afraid of this.
There's one player who can cover all bags without losing. He'll cover all bags, tell you.
He's probably the only player that's nearly as boring as I am.
No, since you've moved to Wet Wang, totally different story, I'm afraid.
I'll never be interested though.
Hey?
I'll never be interested.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too unhappy
Tell
with
you
that.
what, there's a middle bag covered. They played the plant. Yeah. I don't know.
I think that there's definite undertones of a tactical frame here.
Yeah, I think this could be a bit of a long frame here. But I think he comes off this chart.
Stevie's just being patient. It might not be a bad tactic.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just not that yellow behind that black. So,
Bit of wind. Here we go. There's another bag covered. There. He loves covering these bags, says Bob. Unlucky on the plant. Just
It's a decent shot from Bob.
yeah.
How brave are you, Stevie?
Tell you what. Shot.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Just letting the plant down the cushion now. I think. Unless you just. No. You can see that top yellow then. Shot.
Yeah, actually,
I thought he'd have just played the plant down the cushion.
I thought Stevie played a better shot than they had, but Bob might go for these. And just that red out of the way.
The yellow next to the black. That's the.
Yeah, he's not made the pot
There we
there.
go. Cover the bag.
It's not a bad shot.
No great surprise.
We were favourites. The problem we've got is our best players can't play it, so we don't win.
He's played, he goes in December. When do we play you then?
2 weeks from now.
We're on Ruxy. What do you think here? Stevie's on reds. Is he clearing them or not?
Well, this is a big shot, but that other red looks awkward to me. Yeah, he's just trying to get a foothold on the game.
We should have. But
I think that red is a big problem for Stevie. The one nearest the top end of the table.
yeah,
And the bear isn't known for giving you easy chances.
no, he'll play this shot to win the frame. This shot will win Bear the frame, I think. He'll not play for a pot. He'll not play. It'll be a nice shot to win him the frame. The problem is the one over the middle is Bear's problem at the minute.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an impasse. You don't want to let your opponent get the bad ball out if you don't have your other balls on.
Secured the bottom of the table. Stevie's got to do something special to clear these now.
Yeah. don't think that red doubles.
No, does he just roll the top one over the bag, leave the white on the cushion?
I don't think that's a bad shot. The only thing is with that, I think Bob could play the yellow one to the red in the middle pocket if he did that.
From our angle, it's tight, but it's a chance of going, isn't it? Chance of going. But the thing with that shot is, where does he leave the white for his next shot? So if Stevie rolls the one in the top, white on the cushion, Bob pots the one in the middle, where's his white to do everything else? Because the red is playing off the blocker, isn't it?
These are always the really tricky frames to play because you don't want to let your opponent in, but you don't want to be negative and get yourself into a bit of a hole yourself.
Yeah. To me, this is the right shot for Stevie.
He needs this ball in play.
Get his ball out.
He's gone for the treble.
He's got it.
Well, I don't think that's exactly how he played it, but he'll take it. I think he expected to hit the red.
Stevie's playing with the magic carpet under him at the moment.
He'll definitely take that result.
Where's the black? There's the black gore. Rooksy from where you're sat. From where you're sat, there's the black gore. Black gore. Past the yellow.
It's tight, to be honest. You wouldn't want to be playing it in there. But if it's your best option, it's your best option.
He's got a little chance of getting it out from this shot.
I think it probably would drop in off the jar.
Will it drop in?
Yeah, I think so.
It's his only shot.
He certainly isn't
must be
happy
his
about
only
it,
shot.
but it might
must
be the
his
only
only
chance.
shot.
Yeah. Bob's coming to have a look at that. Yeah.
Just put a bit of pressure on the shot. That's what I like about Bob.
I think Bob should just shake his head a bit.
Yeah,
and go,
just a little bit of pressure on the shot.
That's not going to
Just
go in
shake
there.
his head. He shook his head. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
he's shaking. He's saying that.
I like that. Yeah. Put the pressure on. Put the
I
doubt
think
in.
it would have to be just dropped gently
the
off
doubt in.
the far. He's tried to move it.
Oh.
I don't think he'll be happy with this.
Oh. He went balls deep, as we call it, and he's not come out nice.
I'll tell you what, it's unlikely, but he just might go in that corner.
He's going for the double. He's going for the double.
Oh,
I think.
yeah, he's going for the double, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
It was never really on the thing.
No, he's hitting up. But he's he's not left. He's left the black nice, and
There's still plenty
Bob's
to do.
got some,
Yeah.
Bob needs to play some good shots, especially with the yellow on the cush up here.
Well, I wonder if he can play that and not leave the black on, but he might play the snooker.
I think Bob will play one pot snooker, one pot and then snooker. Russell.
And our finalist, Kevin Bolton, is now joining us. Kevin, who convincingly beat Steve Franklin 8-7 in the semi-final.
No disrespect to Kev, but I don't think anybody expected Kev to be doing the final.
Well, I expected him to be in the semi-final because I was playing him in the quarters.
Well,
yeah, so I didn't really turn up for the quarters today, unfortunately.
it's one of them days, Neil.
Well,
One of them
I'm going to actually slip my wrist when I get home, but I'll wait. I'll wait until then.
What
This is a very good shot.
What
Yeah,
a shot.
yeah. Phil's got control of the match at the moment.
But back to it.
The Bears got a lot of experience, but it's got to be hard to win from this position.
Yeah. When you're 5-2 up, you can control the game. You've not got to go for the shots that you need to go for. I think if Stevie's got his head in it, I think he should dominate it away. You want some tokens?
Yes, that's yours on side there, mate. Yeah? Yeah. Cheers, Paul. You're welcome.
hard to break. But where we're at this standard, I think Stevie should see this on. I think it'll take a disaster for Stevie not to see this on.
I think this is a big frame because you get back to 5-3, you're back in it at 6-2. It's got to be a mountain.
I just think 3 up, 3 in front. You can. You haven't got to go for the risky shots. You can take your chances when they're offered to you, and you can control. You should control the game from this point.
It'd be nice if Stevie wins because, to be fair, he's been one of the least popular players in the league for many years.
Oh yeah,
and
nobody likes Stevie.
He's never won anything ever.
And
he's been close, but then he's completely blown it under pressure because he's just been so hopeless.
I think.
It'd be nice to see him win something eventually.
I think everybody knows Phil's.
I have to say, Stevie's one of the nicest lads in Poole.
He's not.
I've clearly had a lot to drink, so yeah, it is what it is.
Neil. No. Everyone wants to see Stevie lose.
I've known Stevie for 25 years. All right, he was one of the worst bowlers in cricket I've ever seen in my life. He really was terrible at bowling in cricket, but yeah, he's a decent lad, and that's a really, really dreadful shot he's just played.
He's got his own pool table, Neil.
He has, yes.
He should be playing that shot perfect.
That wasn't a good shot.
It wasn't. Wow. Let's get away from that.
That's a better shot, that.
Yeah. He's. To be fair, I think he's made himself favourite for this frame.
It's the black. The black is the shot, but if he gets nice on it, play it down the rail, no problem.
The thing is, with the black, he's got down the rail, and because it's on the rail, the double's easier.
I don't think he'll be playing for the double, but we'll see how we land. Oh, he's missed that by a long way.
I think he would have played the goal. Would have played the double.
I think the plan was to play the next red in the corner and just leave it straight down the rail. But
yeah.
I would expect Bob to get these, to be honest.
Bob's got potentially one bad ball on the top rail, but
yeah, he's got a yellow there to get on that.
He's got one near the baulk line to get on it, so he shouldn't be far away. But to be fair, I'm an advocate for play one pot and then the snooker.
You're an advocate. Yeah, I quite like a snowball, to be honest.
Yeah, just play that, and then I'd play the one over the pocket, leave him snookered, because it covers the black up down the rail. This shot over the bag, he's gone for it, but
well, he's attacked his bad ball early.
Yeah,
it's not usually a bad tactic. It's a shot to nothing, really. Yeah, it's not a good shot, but it might be okay.
I don't know.
He's got an angle to move it if he has to.
The problem he's left is that the only ball that Stevie can pot, he's got a potential of bringing his ball out.
Yeah, he's left him an angle, definitely.
And he may as well go all in because.
Yep, I agree.
He's not left. That's.
I'll be happy with
what
that.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a tough shot he's got, but he's got a shot.
The red over the bag's not a bad shot.
John Banner's blagged his way into a wedding in Pocklington, apparently. Oh, it's unlucky. It was a bit thin.
Yeah, that's what I said before the shot. I don't think the red over the bag is a bad shot because there's no clear white ball movement just to roll in. I think he still needs to do a lot with the white to get.
Bob would get these 9 times out of 10, but he's 5-2 down, and that is a factor.
I just think the second yellow above the middle bag is was the key shot, and he sank it. So.
Well, yeah.
He took the difficult shot first, and he's been rewarded for it.
Yeah, he'll put this one in the middle, one in the corner, and then the long one in the corner.
Yeah,
Try
up
and
and
get
down.
the black down the rail.
Up and down. That's it's going back to a few shots before. That's why I thought that the putting the red over the bottom corner to cut the black off was the shot rather than going for it. That's.
It's always a lot easier when you're watching somebody else play to see those shots. And when you're actually there, you just kind of see the shot that you want to play and you think, yeah, that's it.
Let's be honest, Neil. I'm not playing the pool at the level I can talk it.
To be fair, I'm not even going to comment on myself in that regard. So.
Neil, you come top. We know you're good.
I came top of my league and then fell at the first fence on the.
One blip.
Yeah,
You'll be back.
I'll be back.
You'll be there or thereabouts this time next year.
I've really enjoyed this season.
You'll be there or thereabouts this time next year.
It'll be a tough league, the A-League next season with all the big guns in it.
But I think how it's happened this year and how it's going to happen next year is a fair reflection.
I honestly thought Bob would pot that. I'm surprised. It's a big chance for Stiffy.
I just think he left a lot of percentages open.
He didn't really cue it well, and Bob's a really good cueist.
Yeah.
I don't think he fancied the shot. And
And
that's scoreboard pressure.
That's probably the black that he didn't fancy, not the yellow.
I think it's just scoreboard pressure, and the Stiffy's played that nicely.
No, I think like the yellow that he missed. What about the yellow? I think it was about the black. I think he was trying to leave himself the best he could on the black down the rail, and that's what made him miss it.
Yeah, that's good from Stevie.
It's a good shot, steady pull. It's a good shot.
Hey, Stevie 6-2, he's been in a position before.
We've all seen this, and to be fair, Stevie's he's playing good pull, but have you had a drink?
Has he sobered up?
Right, for the purpose of the stream, we're they've gone for a toilet break. We're at 6-2. Stevie's 6-2 up. But there's about 5 minutes there, I think. 100%. The Bob's got the potential to bring this game back. Stevie needs to play the right kind of pull. And he'll cruise to this. Right, we're in that last one. Yeah. No, we cashed out. It's worth £4.25. We cashed out £4.25.
Well, Stevie's back. Bob's raring to go by the looks of him. They're boring.
I think Bob's been played out of it. I think Stevie's not played it with his own game, but he's potted his way out of it. He's potted his way out of a lot of situations, and Bob's struggled to deal with that. So
I think Bob's too traditional He tries and covers the bags instead of going for the win.
Yeah. Well,
Stevie will go for the win if he. That's the problem. So I think they two met in Scarborough as well on the tournament, which Stevie won 4-0. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So
I like how Stevie plays, Paul. As much as I don't like the bloke, I like how he plays, Paul.
I'll tell you what, though.
He's attacking and he plays a lot of good shots. He don't always play. He ain't playing the type of pool that they're used to on this stream, but
I'll tell you what.
He does play a lot of nice shots.
He's put 2 reds off break, and he's left himself with a. Oh. I'll tell you what. He's left himself with a touching ball, and
what a sausage!
Yeah, shot. After the half. I'll tell you what. He was 6-1, 6-2 up the other game. He bottled it, so he's got nerves in him, Stevie. Look at that. Neil in the background packing his cue away so quietly. He's a true professional, isn't he, Neil? Okay.
I like Neil. He's a good guy.
Yeah, look at him. Gives a smile, Neil. Gives a smile. Look at him. He's lost summit. He's lost summit.
What's he lost?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, he's lost his sausage.
Oh, there we go. He's been here far too long. Neil, give us a wave on the camera.
Go on, Neil.
Oh, look at that.
I do apologise for you seeing Stevie's ass on the camera. Sorry about that. But it's a nice shot.
At least Mel's bought him some new boxers for tonight.
Mel's bought him. He's one of his best boxer shorts. Tokyo Dry.
Yeah.
Tokyo Dry.
Knockoff. 100% knockoff.
100% knockoff.
He's just been on a business trip to China.
Yeah, but in serious, he's on yellows.
Yeah, this is it. I'm sorry, this is go. I don't know. Not too bad. Hey, I've got your what? Kidney shot late there, but don't mind. Yeah. I'm here. Shot. There we go.
I think it was just
there we go.
6-2 up. Can he pot his way out of
Yes.
the situation?
Of course he can. Play this one into middle now. Play this one into middle.
He's
play the one leg cushion down into middle, and then Black will come in.
He'll bring the black out off the one in the middle.
That's what I mean.
This is an important shot. It's a very important shot. He knows it. That's why he's taking his time. That's why he's tucked his rig in. He's going this way. I didn't think he'd go this way.
No, this is the one. Bring black out. Flick black out. I'll tell you what though, he's on in the middle. And on cushion. But I'll tell you what. He's got a potter's bob, hasn't he?
Thing is,
and he hasn't done, has he? So
no, and that might have been in his mindset that you don't think Bob's potting that well, so he might have played them shots just thinking that Bob ain't going to pot them out. See you later, Des.
See you in a couple of weeks, Des. See you in a couple of weeks. Oof.
What?
I'll tell you what.
Bob's one good shot from winning this frame, because if
red on with tied up with the yellow.
I think.
But it might go if you.
Nah, I don't think he'll go for the pot. I think he'll try and leave the. He's going for it. He's going for it. I thought.
Must have really 6-2 down.
Yeah, but I thought they played the red nearest to white, and left the white on the bottom cush, not leaving Stevie a shot.
Not happy. And he shouldn't be, really.
Well, if that yellow don't
Not
go, if the yellow don't go past
No,
any of the reds,
no, this top yellow goes past that red all day. It looks... Yeah, there you go.
oh, he wanted to hit the yellow.
He did, but he's on the yellow into middle. It's not all...
White will be in a good position down the
Yeah.
cush. He'll be on the black in the middle, back again.
So, see. Good shot here. Shot. There we go. There we go, down the cushion.
Thing is,
Oh.
it's one of them shots in our level of pool, in or over. The old fucking skeptical thing, in or over is a good shot. Because Bob's got one that
Oh,
can,
this is in. There we go. Now we just got a pot black. Top right. Maybe top right. I think you just got to be careful of white. That's the only...
It depends what shot he goes for. He might go. He's got to go middle bag because it's an open pocket.
No.
Shot.
Into middle.
Good shot.
Steady. That's
Steady
7-2.
shot.
And to be honest, I don't see Bob coming anywhere near.
It's a surprise. I think everybody expected this to be a lot closer affair in reality.
Well, to be honest, Stevie got his past his first, quarter final, like, well, 6-1 up
Yeah.
to win 8-5.
Yeah.
I can't see this being any different than 8-2.
Well, I think that's why Stevie might win it because
Yeah.
he's had his
Blip.
He's had his
Yeah.
blip and his pressure and
100%, Chris.
and
100%.
It might just have been the early wake up call that he needed.
I'll tell you what, dry break, that's awful for Bob.
But they're not nice. They're
Not
not nice.
Tell you what.
They aren't nice.
Nah, fancy reds.
I'd fancy reds.
Straight away, reds.
The only thing is though, like
Why is AD in our group? What?
there's 3 reds that don't go.
Fuck him.
I think Stevie's right here, going for the yellow
I said that.
and playing on.
Fuck him.
Stevie's in the groove here.
Fuck him. He's not on a group chat. Fuck him off. No, I said it. Fuck you. Don't let my feelings go.
I'll be honest, I don't think Stevie will take these out on this visit.
No, he shouldn't be in our group chat.
And it's that risk of potting himself into a problem because he'll not leave enough balls on the table. Whereas he's give Bob a chance here, and they look nice for Bob. They look nice. He's Bob's the type of player who could very definitely
He said he's gone. He said goodbye. Good night.
put these balls away.
No. Yeah, it's got one. If that red goes above that yellow into bottom right, then he's all well and good.
I think it's the only problem he's walking into is I think he's got one shot that's going to cannon off a yellow, and it's how it cannons off the yellow that makes the game.
Yeah.
Yes, Danny. Thank you. Yeah, fair play. Fuck 'em all.
This shot, I think
Well,
though the cut.
I'm hoping Eddie Walton's on listening and watching the live stream right now, but highly doubt it.
He's given Stevie a shot to get into the game.
Shot,
He
Stevie?
didn't want
Shot.
that going. I don't think he wanted that to go.
Don't know. You take them all. This one into middle.
That covered
Yeah,
all
see?
reds, all
You
blacks.
see, that's one my pet hate. They put
Leaving
it-
the chalk on the
leaving on chalk on the table. Look, if you
I
use your
think it's a
fucking
foul.
chalk,
I think it's a foul.
no, yeah, you leave your chalk, right? You put it in your back pocket.
I think it's a
You
foul.
don't leave it on the table. Does my head in.
Look at Oggy out there.
Yeah, I know. Bontash and a lot. Fair play for November, but yeah, Jesus. Tell you what, near a kid's school, mate, it won't be allowed. There we go. Just a bit of screw back here.
He's one shot away.
So, nasty.
I think
Bottom left.
he's shaking
That's
his head.
anything.
Stevie's shaking his head.
He always does, mate. You watch him after every shot, mate. Shakes his head.
But he'll miss the middle bag here with the white. Leave himself on the other middle bag.
Shot. Shot. Shot, Stevie. This is it now. Into middle.
Natural angle. Cannon into all the balls. Leave himself in the middle.
Yeah. Needs a bit of luck here, I think.
What's he played?
That was awful.
I don't know what he played.
I think he played. I think he played it into a middle, but I think Russ had more legs than that.
Bob's been waiting for this.
Yeah, they're all there for Bob, really. Bob, a player of Bob's caliber, shouldn't we say? Surely. I mean, I think Black will be the hardest shot into middle. That's for Bob. If he leaves it badly. Oh. He's looking a bit late looking at it now. Well, one. Oh, there. Here we go.
It's that Black that's playing on his mind. He knows all the reds go. He's just the Black's playing on his mind.
I think he's worried about getting on the Black where it is. Nah, not happy with that. Double, that's it. He's well and truly. How's that up, Chris?
His first shot of the combination, he knew that the Black was a problem.
He tried too much, I think.
Yeah,
Rather than, I
he
think.
looked at it straight away. Before he potted two balls, he knew that the Black was a problem.
But no, this red's not easy. He'll double, but.
Well,
It's a hard shot in it now.
the Black didn't go off Stevie either.
No.
So
Well, it does if he rolls out in bottom bag and into middle and into bottom right. But shot, Bob. Look at that.
what a shot!
Yeah,
Thought about
brilliant
it.
shot.
and it
Yeah,
happened. Brilliant shot.
still left his flaming chalk on the table, didn't he?
Yeah, brilliant shot.
No, that'll work. Where is he?
Press the plus, yeah.
It is very one-sided, just like the United game. Tell you what, Kev is waiting around for this finalist here. I've got Kev in this final to finish his final off.
He's waiting a long time, hasn't
He looks hungry. He looks hungry. Oh. Oh, red's in. Red's in. One off the break and red's in. It's not a nice break either, is it?
No, it's not left any nice.
Byron Yellers, I fancy Yellers, you know, in this position.
There's desperate people like me.
I do fancy Yellers. Yep. I think this could be 8-4 here. There we go.
Yeah, he's in the zone, isn't he?
Yeah, he
He's in
is.
the zone.
This one will go in.
Better screw back on this. Take his over the bad ball. Two down, but clear bottom of the table. Should have this.
Yeah, should be going over with Stevie's quality here. There we go. Last tricky yellow. As long as he gets on down back of down table.
If he gets on any of them two down the table, it's game over.
Yeah.
Playing it.
No. You just got to be somewhere past, just past the middle. Just past the middle for it. Not hard enough, I don't think. Not for that bottom right.
No, I think can you see down on the on the left?
I don't know how much.
Past the black.
Don't know how much. I shouldn't think I can bot it.
If it pots, it's game over.
Yeah. Shot.
Good shot under pressure. Thinking that you're going to clear the frame. Best shot from Bob, but he's not left much. Just, I think he was aiming to leave the red over the middle bag, leave Stevie, not a shot, but tense frame.
this is going to be a tactical back and from Bob.
Yeah, he's taking his time and he's figured it
He
out.
always does, doesn't he? He ain't got the bags covered, so he's not comfortable.
I think he's figured it out.
There we go. Shot.
He might have left the cut. Got a chance of leaving the cut on the bottom. Stevie's going for it. Annoying.
I don't know what it's gonna. Oh, it was there.
Thought the cut was on.
What?
Looked like it.
Don't look happy.
The thing is, Bob's more than one good shot away from winning this frame. Scrappy frame.
Yeah, awful frame really. Stevie was in control. Now I think this is just going to be the. He's going to have to.
So whoever makes the first mistake,
I think Stevie will get this. Bottom right. Bottom right. Pots this. I don't know what it'll be on. But yeah, like you say, I think it's going to be the. I think it's going to be more than if Bob leaves him on, it's going to be game over. But if Bob claws out a steady frame, it's just.
So what Bob decides, does he go for it? Does he
It's just fucking shit.
tie him up? Does he just leave him a shot to nothing?
Pouring it. Not from these two. You don't want to expect it from these two, would you?
Stevie's at 7-3, so I think you have to drag it down,
Shot Bob.
don't you? Do you
Oh.
know?
I'll tell you what. Not a bad shot. Shot to net. Well, I think he was hoping to go in more than out, but it's not a bad leave. No. Yes, Russ. 7-3 up. I love it. What you run for him?
Yeah, I know.
Shot, Stevie. Shot. I tell you what. I think he was. I think Stevie was more fortunate that he didn't drop than he went in.
Yeah, I think
When he's apologising,
he's
but
playing the crossbar. I think
he was. I tell you what, it was a shot, but yeah. If it's that from back here, that was a shot. But there we go, the cover pocket here. What a boring bugger. Shot, Bob. We could be around midnight, lads. Tell you what.
potting it doesn't help him.
It
Pots
don't,
up. You don't need to go for the ball.
don't help us,
bag.
does it?
Nah. Yeah, he'll hit this.
He's got that many balls tied up, hasn't he? Two shots, all two. He's got that many balls tied up. You've got to pot that one out of the bag.
But if he uses the ball he's using now is potable. So like the two on the bottom cush.
Yeah. Yeah. But can he play this plant? The one on the bottom. The bottom. I don't know. They'll be all on after that. If they get rid of
Thing is, with
you see, I'll get rid of that bottom one. There we go. That's the one. You play that one. And look, it's a shot to nothing. If it goes in, it goes in. If not, the white's there.
I'll just play it full ball, leave him snookered.
Yeah, that's it. Don't know what he's thinking about here. Simple.
He's thinking about the finish.
Well, there's an hard way and there's an easy way, isn't there? Tell you what. He's gonna leave that tricky red till after, I think. Well,
He's going to play it, guarantee that he don't leave Stevie on it.
no, if he leaves this, he'll be into middle, won't he? He's leaving his red into middle. There we go. Shot. Shot lob.
Should be 7-3.
7-4.
4, sorry.
Don't worry, mate. Stick with me, mate. You'll go a long way.
You wanted the bottom one. I think you wanted the bottom one first.
No, I thought. It's a bit tricky.
He's missed these today.
Easy one, easy red up top. Shot. Hopefully, put his chalk in his back pocket this time. No. Third. 7-4. 7-4.
2 in a row for Bob.
No. Well, Stevie's just got to win 1 in 4, hasn't he?
That's the thing, isn't it? It's
Nice to be up 7-4.
Yeah.
Oh. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the pressure. Isn't he? In his local.
Well, that's what we're used to, isn't it? Stevie's arse falling out.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, Kev's getting his blanket on him. He's off for a nap before final.
Kev's bored.
Kev's
Everybody else is bored.
Oh. Oh, yep. Scott the Earner's just walked in. Look at him. Hey. Don't talk to the Cheshire Cat and start giggling the minute.
How dare you? 7-4 up. What are you trying to punch there, mate? You didn't do that there, did you? You hit me bar there. Somebody did it. He punched through there.
Big break here from Bob.
Yeah. Grab it. Oh, red's in. Red's in. Reds look good. Is Kit? Oh, well. Nah. Nah. Semi.
I think Bob will take yellows here.
Asta. Yeah. Anyone listening? We are open to offers for the laptop and the camera for this pool game.
Yeah.
We're quite happy to take 120 quid for it a lot.
Yeah. It'll be my pocket tonight. Can Stevie really throw this away from this point?
Yeah. Yeah, Stevie can. I feel for poor Mel at
Is that
she cooked him rice and pasta the last 2 weeks in preparation for this. He slimmed off.
he's not slimmed off?
Well, yeah, as Mel's been cooking him rice and pasta. Oof. Oh, now,
Is this a
now,
free table.
free table. He's Mr. Casual. I don't know if he's lapsy-daisy there or not. He's probably going to hit me for saying that. What?
Bob, I should have want Stella.
Phil's took yellows.
Yeah, fills up the hours all day long.
Quite a few problems in the yellows, but there was in the reds. Can he?
There we go. Roll that one on the cushion. It's not been ideal, has
He
it?
knows he don't leave him nothing.
No, just roll it down yellow. Just roll it on cushion. Just roll it. If it goes in.
He's going to pot his way out of it.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to try and do.
This one will go down there, but
He's seen it. He's seen it. He's unlucky there.
I tell you what.
He's played it. He's played it. He's played
yeah.
it in or over, and it's ended up over. But he is unlucky.
Tell you
'cause
what,
he
though,
played it well. He
Bob
played it well.
Bob has to finish here. That's it. Calling it here. Bob don't pot these. That's game over.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
There we go. Game over. He knows it. He knows it.
Does he go ballsy? Does he play the one over the bag? Does he play the one
Nah.
down?
Got to play the plan. Plant here. Play the one yellow one to a yellow. Pot that and then
Plant gives him a lot of options,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
that's it. Game over. There we go.
He's left him on for a top bag. He's given
Yeah.
himself.
Play this bag. Screw back a bit. Do you know what I mean? To make it top bag and then bottom bag. Come on.
I don't know. That yellow's the one in the middle. He's on it. It's the harder shot, but it's the best shot.
Cheers, Mike Johnson. He's a true community spirit guy.
It's a good shot.
Yes, this is it.
He's gone all out. He went all out,
This is all right.
and it worked.
As long as he plays this. So
Black
surely
on-
black's into middle.
Oh, it goes in two bags.
Black
bottom
into
bag.
middle. Black into middle, wherever it is, just above it. Surely. No. Shot. Bob's going to need that pint. And Dominosaurus. Yeah, he's done well. He's
Bob
done
out.
well. But
Tokyo Dry has won.
that's it, Black's in. Oh, fuck it. It's Kev Bowen and Phil Stevenson. So if you can just change Bob Chard as Kev Bowen. I think it's Owen. Kev, is it Owen at the end? Is it Owen or Ian?
How do you suppose
Owen.
double L?
Yeah.
Double L O N.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He spelled it wrong first round, but he was fuming. Just saying that. Yeah. Kev's just having a good practice just before, and he's had 2.5 hours off, poor lad. Well, I'll say poor lad. He was in World War One. Need to make do with rations. He's quite on form, is Kev. But nah, past his bedtime here. This is why I think Stevie will do it. There we go. Back to form, Kev. To be honest, since I beat him, he looks rejuvenated since I beat him 8-5.
We on?
I'll tell you what, there's nothing wrong, Russ.
Right, so where we're at is Stevie's come through his rounds like everybody expected, finished top in the league. Kev's coming the hard way. And what do I want?
Alright. I think you need left down.
Kev wins the lag.
Hey? It's a big good game, all this.
Yeah, I don't think Kev's playing next year, so he's got nothing to lose.
He's sadly missed. Look out.
Yeah,
Sadly missed.
he's a good guy, good bloke.
White in straight off. Tell you what, and yellows, look at yellows. Wow. Yeah,
Maybe
look at yellows. Nah.
3 or 4 hours ago, this might have been game over.
Yeah, maybe. Yellows. Depends how much snuff he's had.
Yeah.
But
He's going for it. What's he going for?
I don't know. There we go. He fancies yellows. And they've brought them all out now. Just got. Make this count. And that's it. Should be. This is a shot. Yeah. There we go. Yellows in. That's it. Should be game over with Stevie's calibre. 1-0.
It's just a long time in the day to be. This is a shot for me. For me, this is a shot.
Oh.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah. Even though Stevie looks unhappy with that, but
He's unhappy, but he must have been playing the plant all day long. Playing it with screwback. He's got to have been playing with the plant. That's the problem. Maybe the bottom yellow probably goes, but where's the second yellow going?
push it over far back.
No, you can't not kiss it.
There we go,
That's a shot. That's a shot.
Safe.
And when it turns round, he's on a plant.
Okay. Same again. Hit bottom yellow. There we go.
Kev's just doing the best he can, just to keep it a tight frame.
That's it.
Stevie's got his minibus out. Should be on the black middle bag. Well played.
I don't think it was a middle bag he intended, to be honest.
No,
I don't think he expected the case.
I don't think he could avoid the cannon, so he had to play it.
Well, anyway, got a point on it.
It's a good 1-0.
Well, he's got first one, hasn't he, against the break. So, good to see Pikey Mike still here.
You're not cheating on his wife at this moment in time.
Hey, I was giving him an alibi there. Oh. Hey, be interesting to see if Banners and that are watching from home.
Who won in Jack and...
Jack.
They played in Driffield, didn't they? Not in the White Horse.
Yeah.
To get into
Yeah, well,
Air League.
don't know why. Well,
yeah.
rumours why, but I'm not going there.
It's worked that Stevie's breaks worked that time, but I don't think his change of angle is working for him.
I'll tell you what. Toby Turner. How can this be live? Well,
Yeah, it's poor, isn't it?
well it is, yeah, but
I think we're on for another frame that's not going to be a dish.
yeah, well, I tell you what, Brendan Lewis, you would like to go in the commentator on Masconi. No, mate. Afraid not, mate. We don't
Mate.
venture far from the local.
Mate,
We love the beer too
if you
much,
want us
unlike
on
you,
it,
you
we're on
boring
it.
bastard.
If you want us on it, we're on it.
Yeah, well, that's it, yeah. Yeah. You got to supply us a beer first, though.
Yeah.
Aye.
We don't do note for no beer.
No. Yeah, so sorry, Brendan. Unless you stump up the beer tokens, then. Yeah. Hey, Oxterby.
Where at?
Is still stuff off the ale.
What do you want?
Hey, look at that. Oxterby. Is still off the ale. Well, he hasn't lost that much weight, has he, to be off the beer?
No. But to be fair, he's lost a bit. He's lost a few pound.
Yeah, to be honest, right, Toby Turner,
Who's
Right.
Toby Turner?
Don't know, mate. Proper amateur.
Is he a
How,
knob?
how can this be live, mate? Right. What a ball end he is.
Yeah.
Honestly.
The thing is, we know that the quality is cock end. But the thing is,
No, but who is he? Nah, see, you don't know him, so we kept that popular.
Sam's buzzing. 3-all against Man U. Sam is buzzing.
Alright, mate, don't just come in here, start backing it up. Yeah. Oggie's going.
Get one in here.
What's going for?
Oggie's off.
Oggie's going.
Oggie's off.
Huh? Stevie?
He's got. To be fair, Oggie come up with the best tash in.
Yeah, best tash of the night.
Basic tash of the night.
However, who's taking his beer tokens off him? Bosco rob him. Does he know he can't spend them at home? There we go. Stevie going here, Fade. Go in.
Right, back to the
Skill
poll.
shot. Skill shot here. Shot, Stevie. Absolutely.
Stevie's played a nice skill shot there. Left himself one on the top.
Top right. Bottom bag, boom.
Shaking his head.
Yeah, he always shakes
For what
his head,
reason?
mate. Well, he ain't got no ace to shake his head, has he? I mean, so.
That was rubbish.
Oh, sorry about the language on Sky Sports Live. That's it, flipping the he said.
Same again. Scrappy frame. Please don't turn off watching. Jesus Christ.
What? Yeah.
This is the final.
Yeah.
Steve, how do you make the final?
Oh, here we go. This
Right,
is
for anybody viewing out there, Stevie is going to pull something magical off so as that you don't turn off because he's worried that you're going to turn off.
Tell you what, there's
it's
any
only
chance
gonna-
you're going to see a pair of tits live on TV these days.
Well, if
When Stevie
to be
takes that
fair,
top off.
if he had no shirt on, I reckon he'd have more viewers.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I don't think he would, you know.
well, everybody's up for a tit one, can't they? Seven.
What does it say, 7? What does it say, 7? Have we got 7?
Oh, we'd say 7. I don't know.
15.
15.
15. 16. As soon as you mentioned tip one, mate, it went up one.
I must admit, mate, I would love the standard of a pool to be better and commentating
Oh, 17.
on like fantastic shots and brilliant fucking safety shots and stuff. But in reality, they're playing rubbish. Right, we're in the second frame. Stevie's on yellows. Stevie's probably favourite. He's got a roll through shot. Should leave himself black in middle. Is he gonna? Has he got it in him?
Yeah, here we go.
Part 1.
2-0.
Part 1 tick. He's having a look. Pressure's on him. Pressure's on him. Because it looks like that bloke off of.
There we go. There we go. Black into middle. Whirl it in. Game done. 2-0. There we go. 2-0.
There's
Tell you
one
what.
thing. There's one thing, Danny. It can only get better, can it?
I better add another one there.
You think it'll get better?
I'll tell you what, I think Stevie's just getting to the flow of things, now.
I think Sam's regretting streaming this.
Yeah, 100%. He's sat next to us.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm calling this. It's going to be 8-0 or 8-1.
You think? You're going balls deep in that?
Yep. Yeah.
No.
Tell you. Calling it.
It's called it. Danny Blair's called it.
Yep.
DB has called the 8-zip or 8-1. 8-1. So it's called. I think Kev's still good for that. In fact,
Yeah.
being a bit biased, I think Kev's my favourite pool player.
What? It's one of my favourite,
But
I think Stevie's just punishing him when it's right. Stevie punishes him. So that's it.
if anybody's watching this stream right now, we've had two really, really bad frames. And looking at that set right now, I think we're going to have another bad frame.
Right, there we go. So it's not going right for him now. He's trying to force it. This Kev. This is it, Yellow's. Yellow's in play. Get that one. Get that red away from that middle.
Free table still.
Yeah, get that red away from that middle. So that's it.
Chris is just like, Chris he was falling by the wayside. You would sell it all together. Your commentary was fucking unbelievable. Hello. Yeah, the yellows are on here, but they're against Steve.
In all honesty, good shot.
Yellows are safe, but they could be possible.
There you go. Yellow's on, mate. Let's get game over.
If Stevie gets these, Kev will be gutted. From Kev's first shot to pot the white, he'll be gutted.
We will. That's it. Game over. Not this.
I think he'll miss the black.
No. Roll black in, will Stevie. There we go.
Looks in the groove, Stevie, doesn't he?
There we go. Yeah, that's it. There we go, 3-0.
Danny, press the tick on Stevie.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that another 5 times.
To be fair, I'm with you a bit. I think it's got potential to be one-sided. So we're 3-all. Stevie's having a good scratch of the anus while he's setting up. What do you reckon? Do you reckon Danny, shall we have a bet? We'll have a bet, right?
Go on.
£1. £1.
Oh, £1, yeah.
There'll be no break and dish. Tell you what, I'll do £1. There will be a break and dish.
Do you reckon?
No. But something needs to make it interesting.
Hey, I'll give you. I reckon. Do you reckon? I'll bet you £1, Stevie. breaking dish on this frame. There we go, you see? I'm on here.
Yeah, is that a good
I'm on.
break?
Cash out at 75p, is it?
Right, it's hard to commentate on this, but
Yellows. Still goes yellows, I'll be happy.
yellows is the only option.
100% yellows. Come on.
If he brings a white round, he should be fine. Pike is outside on the phone to whoever. Who's he on the phone to?
Mrs. or girlfriend? I don't
Girlfriend, 100% girlfriend.
Mrs. He looks at me. He's back to where yeah. Oh, he's gone reds. Oh no, that's it. Breaking dish gone. Hey, you're a pound, Chris.
Well, see.
Look, he looks dominated out there. Just pikey.
What's he got in his hand? A Nokia 3310.
Reckon so. It's like a brick in it.
Massive.
Give him a wave. Doesn't look happy. He doesn't look happy one bit.
We're on. Gerwin Price is 10-8 up in his semi-final. Stevie is 3-0 up in his final. So far, Kev's just not been given a table that he can attack. He's every time he's got to the table, he's had a couple of balls, but then second, third ball has been. Stevie's got some work on here to get this to 4-3. 4 now, sorry. But 3-0 up, you've got the cushion to play different shots. You haven't got to go for the obvious all the time because you're 3-0 up.
Good evening, Willie Hill. Willie Hill's watching.
Willie Hill's watching.
Yes, he's spotting all Kev. Teammates and all from Vic.
Well, Vic have a good following, don't they?
Yeah, I tell you what, good lads for beers.
Yeah.
What?
Get me a rum and coke. Sam's texting his missus saying, fucking hell.
Fucking gonna be back late tonight.
This has been the worst game of pool I've ever streamed in my life. But he's saying Sheffield's just drawn against Man U, so
It's alright.
balls to it.
You know what, Reg?
It's a good shot. I like that about Stevie. He never sits back. He had a bad ball and he's not always good enough to get it out, but this on that chance got his bad ball out.
Just what he does here. Does he? I don't think that red goes middle. Let's play. Good shot. It's going to make them. It's going to make the two play the two awkward yellows. Oh, hello.
Thank you.
Got the local paper taking photos now.
Yeah, it's all that. This game's got a chance of going into like oblivion, hasn't it? Like,
Yeah. I tell you what, if we don't put this down here, it could be a long off frame as this. Puts this down here, mate. It should be straightforward. Because he'll have black into middle.
I think everybody's gone home.
There we go. He's on that, isn't he? Surely. Maybe on back into middle then.
It's in or over, innit? Oh, he's gone. He's gone sneaky.
No, maybe I've not seen it. What?
Pike is still outside. Pike is having a right rant outside.
He is. Definitely on with missus. There's
Can we film that, Sam? Can we film Pikey Mike outside on phone to his missus? Because he's going mental. Pikey outside is that.
yeah.
Watch.
It's better than all the Yerks, honestly.
It's better than the pool. Sorry, if you are genuinely watching the poll, we're sorry about our side-tracked commentary, but we'll get back on it next frame, hopefully.
There we go.
Right, Stevie's on the red.
There's rather. Over mid. Oh, who pot this?
No, you don't need to pot it. That's it. Just bring the red. Yeah, bring the red over.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about earlier. When get a lead, play a different pull, play the pull that forces them into the shots.
Shot. That's it now. Thought another shubby. Don't do so shubby for now. What the fuck was that?
You swore then.
Yeah, sorry.
That was terrible. That.
Awful. Huh? Didn't go? No. There we go. Stevie said it didn't go. Just went for it otherwise. Shot Kev. There we go. Kev's fight back. I might be wrong here, you know. Put it up. No, you see, there we go. On this table, them shots are too hard. So
Yeah.
too hard all day long. Mile off.
I know we're late at
Mile
night,
off
but
and
this
too hard.
standard is pathetic.
Mile off and too hard.
Come on, Kev. Make a game of it.
Shot.
Shot, Kev.
Jeez. There we go. Lovely. Yeah.
People are saying that it's the worst standard of pull they've ever watched. People on the stream are saying it's the worst standard of pull they've ever watched.
What, even worse than picking up the cup?
That's what they're saying. Why is this being streamed? Yeah. There's 17 people still watching it.
18. 18.
17.
18.
18 people.
No, well, it flitters.
It flutters.
Comedy.
Flitters or flutters? Flitters or flutters?
Flutters.
I don't-
Flitters.
I don't know.
Same. Mark Campbell. Hi, Sean. Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Hey, I tell you what, there.
Right, we're on. Stevie's
Matt Dine.
best chance.
Hey.
Best chance of a reverse dish.
Bollocks.
Stevie's got 2 shots. Big open table. Big break from Kev.
I tell you what, Matt Dine. Commentary is more interesting than the pool. Tell you what, I reckon he's.
We don't know who he is.
Don't know who he is, but I reckon he's married with 4 kids or something.
Yeah.
Boring bugger. 100%.
Stevie's going balls deep on yellows. In fact,
Yeah, Matt Dine's definitely got 4 kids, 5 kids at home. Ain't got a life.
you're slagging off the only person that likes us.
Nah, he don't like us, mate. He just thinks we're more better than the fucking pool, and that ain't good.
He swore again.
Sorry. Look, I've been pretty reserved up tonight. He's falling asleep back here.
Of course he has. The pool's boring. Right, we're on.
No,
we're
we're
on.
not.
Stevie's
No, we're
on. He's going to pull some magic out here.
No, he ain't. No.
This is if you're watching right now, then this is the shot that makes you think these are good at pool.
Yeah, there you go.
Night 1.
He likes that cloth to Stevie, doesn't
The thing is, Kev's good. Stevie's dragging him down. That's what I think. Stevie's dragging him to a level that you won't believe.
he? Yeah, well. Yeah. Tell
Right.
you what,
So, Stevie's in, yellow's in player,
should be game over, surely.
bad black. Can Stevie do
Right,
out
Tim.
with that black?
Well,
He might do it this shot. He might do it this shot. Oh.
well, look, he went for it.
I think he went for it that shot.
He's got another.
He's got another chance this shot, but he don't. It's
Depends.
hard.
It's balls in at this shot.
Yeah, because he ain't leaving himself much.
He's better off just clearing the 3 up and going. Oh, for fuck's sake.
He swore again.
Yeah, well. Jesus.
Do apologise. Do apologise to Sam's regulars that my
Yeah,
friend commentator swears a lot.
Sorry. My 9-year-old lad could have pointed out. I promise he probably had half a chance of bringing black out as well.
In reality, when the pool's this par, how would you commentate on it? Because it's really bad, Sam. See you later. Love you.
Who's that going?
Russell.
Who with?
On his own.
Who's picking him up?
He'd be walking. He's an athlete, isn't he? Right, let's get back to the pool. Right, Kev's on the reds.
Missed. There we go. Yellow's in. Come on. This surely must be it. Bottom bag, middle bag, top bag. Black's the only bad one in here. You've got no.
That's
For fuck's sake. Don't know, the fucking viewers are asking what's happening here.
you've.
What?
This is the pinnacle of our singles league, and we've got Sam here from Yorkshire Project, who
Embarrassed.
streams a lot of good pool.
Embarrassed.
A lot of good pool. He does it all over the country. He's come to Cranswick tonight. Set up. Had some technical issues. I think he was wishing that he didn't get Wi-Fi. so that it weren't streamed. But
There we
that's a
go.
good shot from Kev.
I was going to say, if it gets into here.
Kev can get into this.
Yeah. Get this red off. Played. Absolute brilliant.
That's why he's streaming it. Them
Yeah.
little gems.
Yeah.
Them little gems that turn out.
Got this. This is it. 4-2. 3-2 with me. 3-2. I tell you what, Kev's on the comeback if he gets this. Shot, Kev. Tell you what, that's. Be nice into the middle. Oh, he's overcut it. Tell you what? He's overcut it. I can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Kev can't believe it. Stevie can't believe it. Cameraman can't believe it.
The crowd was going mental and they went
Sam
home.
can't believe it. Crowd's gone home. Stevie's nipper's nipping because he thinks if I miss this, it's game over.
It is game over. This is this.
Stevie's swearing on the stream.
Yeah, look at him. Sorry. I apologise for the foul words you come from the players.
And if you're watching it open for a quick night, we'll still be here at midnight, I think. How are you feeling, Steve? Not good, is it? Why was she breaking on the side earlier? Stevie's back in the fold. If anybody's watching, Stevie always breaks down the middle, but earlier on he was going from the left. Never done that from what we've seen. He's had a good spread here. I'd say 80% favourite, so spoke too soon. I think if Kev can sneak already, he's favourite for the frame. Bring it 3-all. See, it's shocking. Absolutely shocking. I just said that was shocking. Yeah, it was shocking. There was 2 shots that was shocking. But now Dan's getting on, so it'll be. At least I don't swear. You swear. Right, we're on. We're on. Yeah. Gary, we had 18 views, and one person said the commentary's better than the poll, and that doesn't say anything.
And what did you say? Sorry, but Stevie made it to the final.
Tell you what, back to the poll now.
Back to the poll. Ignore Gary Parker. He's a cock. He's a cock. Gary David Parker. He's a cock.
Hey, look.
I can't. Where's Craig's tickets gone?
Oh?
Your lads, tickets, Craig's.
I don't know. Stevie Adams, obviously.
Water, no.
He might have traded him in for food.
I'd get him to wet one.
Yeah, he's a bit rotundal.
There we go, that's a cracking shot, is that? That's 4-2, surely.
Must be 4-2.
Cut this red in. It'd be nice in for this black.
Well, hey, look at him.
Surely. Someone gets this black, that's it. Don't have to do out with the white. There we go.
It's like poetry in motion, isn't it, watching this?
It is, yeah. Yeah, like fat poetry.
Yeah.
Fat poetry. Tokyo Drift.
Look at this.
Sensei.
That's it. 4-2.
Yeah, just waxed on,
Tell you what,
waxed off.
he's got one back there, Steve. He's broken the.
Take some time. He's a beast.
He won the first 2, lost 2.
Kev did a mini comeback.
No, won first 3, did he? Stevie?
Then
How many viewers you got now?
18. How many viewers you got?
How many personal views you got? Yeah, man.
How many viewers we got?
17.
15. He's gone down.
Of course
Oh,
it's gonna go
16.
down.
16. 16. We've got 16.
The poll's horrendous.
We've got 16. Hey, up.
Pardon? You got that phone jack? Yes. Go in there.
This is the Vina. You are
Push
live
on
on
the right.
Channel 4. Please do not
Plugged
swear.
in there.
Who's that? Mark Campbell. Tumblr.
He found it, look. See?
Tell you what, Dom Keller's watching.
Right.
But we've got Matt Campbell.
Here we go. Here we go.
This is Davina.
This will be the frame.
You are live on Channel 4. Please do not swear. Well, that fella watches too much TV at home, doesn't he?
This will be.
Well-
This will be the frame.
I'm
that-
sorry, Mark, mate, right? Get from behind the TV, mate, and crack on with life.
The Steve is back in the building.
Yeah.
Same again.
Oh, Neil Rooks. Come on,
Red down.
Kev Bolland, you
He's got
crap
a red down.
bastard.
He's got a red down.
Tell you what, that's a
Red
bit
down.
harsh. Harsh words is that from Neil Rooks.
Well, I think Rooksy's a bit bitter.
A bit bitter. A bit.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Rooksy.
If you're not a badger, he don't like you. Whatever that means.
Well, that's it, mate. Hey,
It's the truth.
yeah.
Neil Rooks.
Hey, Oggy's at home watching. Oggy's at home watching.
Oggy could be here watching.
He could be here watching. 100%.
Right, we're on.
We're on. Kev here. That's it. Done and dusted is Kev.
Kev, deal him up. Because the fans want it. The commentators want it.
Stevie Sensei wants it.
Oh, you see, Gary talked too soon.
Yeah, I'm always fucking premature, mate.
Too premature, mate.
I'm sorry to the fans at home, but Gary Parker's still here.
Hey, Neil Rooks. Hey, I'll tell you what. Hey, Chris. Neil Rooks. Danny Blair would beat these. Well, I beat Kev 8-5 last. I thought I'd retired him, but he's still here.
Right, let's go get serious.
Oggy. No, right, going all right, lads, mate. Get yourself back down here. Right? And get a beer. Right, Gary Parker's not going through in the pond.
I said I'm going to body slam him, right? And fucking power slam him into the pond, right? And that was it. It's fucked up home. Behind took his kid up.
Oggy's gone home because he's scared of the Hadouken.
He's scared of getting a little bit wet in the pond.
What? Oggy? No. He's a weird guy, him.
No, he's not. You can't say that. He's online, mate. You can't say that. Can I just
Hey,
What, Oggy's?
hey,
He's got.
look.
A
fuck all to do with me?
Hey, on the light now, we've got Chris Smith watching Stevie.
Who's Christmas?
Tarzan. Oh,
Tarzan.
Tars who can bang the birds. Tars.
This little weird bloke, Chad.
One bird who can bang the birds.
He's had some sex.
Yeah, he's always been gay. Chris, can I just say on that one, allegedly?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Let's stop dicking about.
Yeah, let's get back to pool.
I know
yeah.
it's late, but let's get back to the poll.
Yeah.
Because
Been a long day.
there's eight people watching that want to know about the poll.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because us three aren't fucking watching, honest.
Short Kev.
Shot Kev.
Right.
I'll tell you what.
Kev's
Come on,
left. Kev's left a hard double.
Yeah,
But
total, didn't
If
he?
he hits it plumb,
I'll tell you
he's
what.
on the black.
What a
He's
shot!
on the
What
black.
a shot!
See,
I'll tell you what.
this is when Stevie's ass falls out.
Yeah, this is it. 4-3.
Seen it so many times.
Yeah, we've seen it time and
Shot.
time again.
I'll tell you what. A lot of spectators, you're a bit behind us here, but you watch his shot into middle bag on yellow. Absolutely.
Unbelievable takers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Chris Kamara came out to
Yeah.
commentate on it.
He didn't know what was happening, did Chris Kamara, when
he
he come
thought
out.
somebody got sent off.
It's unbelievable, Jeff.
There's been a sending off.
Yeah.
This is your game,
And
Tommy.
that's 4-3 Phil Stevenson here.
Saturday, didn't they? They went to it, was like,
In the White Horse in Cranswick. Right. We're going deep into the night tonight.
Stevie's feeling the pressure.
Big Piggy Sam's playing in there at Pool, getting
Oh,
his
yeah.
ass handed to him and all.
Vicky Hill. She's still watching. Is Vicky and well, I presume Willie, unless he's fallen asleep.
Nobody's
poor
watching
lad.
this, mate. Nobody's watching
Oh,
this.
mate.
No, there's a
They
lot
are.
of people. There's a lot of people who are closetly enthralled in this. See, the legend that is
See,
Stevie.
I honestly think people will be having masturbation to my voice.
Well, I actually do quite regularly.
I tell you what, I can guarantee you he does not look like Will Smith. Hey, Vicky Hill walking
Right,
the park
Stevie's-
now, Kev.
Stevie's gave it the big one on a dry break.
Wow. That's it, yellow's in play, that's game over.
Fully dry.
100% game.
4-all.
Dry breakers that.
4-all. 4-all.
Problem is, don't you? Because obviously he's got his stiff shaft that he keeps putting back in his box.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
Stevie, like this towel that, like,
He does like.
No.
Yeah.
Here we go.
no,
Excuses.
Stevie's feeling the
Okay.
pressure here. Hey up, Vicky Hill. I am eating.
Who's eating?
Vicky Hill.
Vicky Hill's eating.
She's having sausage.
Hello, Vicky Hill.
She's having sausage.
Get some sausage in ya.
Or if you like that, minge.
Yeah. Oh, come to White Horse and watch the most boring game of pool you've ever seen in your life.
No, they've been and gone. They've been and gone, them boys.
I'm not surprised.
Tell ya.
Come to White Horse and watch the cauldron. Sporting
Yeah.
excellence. That is.
The professionals of the pool world are quaking in their boots on this stream.
Oh. Tell you what, though. I fancy Kev here.
Minge.
Kev here will be.
Here we go. We've got somebody else.
Oh, we've got somebody else on. What's this?
No, it's me brother.
Oh no. It's just.
Hassling me.
His name was Kev.
Nah, Kev's got this. Yeah, yeah.
What you wearing?
There we go. Into middle.
This
Aye.
frame's all over. It's 4.
Yeah. I think Ted's got.
Yeah.
Kev's just got the ounce about him.
Fans' favourite, isn't he, Kev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
always been the fans' favourite.
I want him to win, mate, because I beat him 8-5.
Well, I know that.
He's not playing at home or anything like that.
Yeah, he ain't got a table at home.
No.
And
He's
to be honest, he hasn't played
He's
this
got
year.
friends.
Yeah, he hasn't played this year either.
Yeah.
It's not
Hey.
for that. It's
Hey.
like Stevie.
He hasn't played this year.
Yeah.
No, don't play this. Don't play in.
That's
Hey, Chris Smith. Steve loves the sausage.
Well,
Well, yeah, Chris, you see.
he's got a shirt
Rumour
on.
has it you love more sausage than he does.
He's got that shirt. He's had that shirt for a year.
Yeah, well, that's it. And he's still.
He's gone into it. He's gone into that shirt. Shot, Kev. Right, back to the pool.
Yeah,
Kev's on
come
yellows.
Yeah, this is it. Roll this on in middle bag. That one in middle bag. Bush, bash, bosh. Come on, Kev, 4-all.
Oh,
Yeah, hell of a shot.
That is a good shot.
He's just got to control the white here.
He needs to choose which bag he wants. He chose the bottom bag.
Tell you
Awkward
what.
queuing.
I was going to say
Awkward queuing.
a couple of inches more.
You can never complain about a couple of inches more.
Well, he could have done there. That was the.
Look at that. Deserved so
Yeah.
much more.
Yeah,
I tell you what, that was hell. He just needed that couple more inches. Just less awkward queuing.
Just that extra inch.
What?
Just that extra inch.
Just yeah, that's it. Just that extra inches, Gary.
Yeah, just that
Do you know what I mean?
That extra inch.
Stevie's got a good chance
Some
here
people
because
know. Some people know how to accommodate the less of inch.
the bottom,
Right.
Yeah, some people, yeah.
the bottom red goes in.
But
That
yeah,
bottom-
some people
that bottom
can't.
red flies in. That's a good
that was
shot
it.
by Stevie. That.
That was it. You need to accommodate for that. If you can't pack the inches,
Shot, Steve.
short. No, he's got. No, he's.
Stevie's just showing why he's got the table at home. He's showing the quality that he needs to show
Yeah.
He's showing
I tell you what,
after having a table at home.
he's playing a bit more freer.
he's lost,
I'd say.
the cue ball though.
No, he hasn't. No.
He
This.
has,
No.
he
No.
has,
No.
he
No.
has.
No.
He
This
didn't
one
want
into
this
middle.
shot. He didn't want this shot now.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
He
this
did
one
not
into
want
middle.
this shot
Of course he did. This one into middle. Let's roll it in.
He's missed it.
Missed it.
Chipped it.
Wow.
Oh my days, that's the pressure. Man.
Wow.
Wow.
Pressure. What did I tell you? Arse falls out.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's why
Shout
it's
out.
That's 4 all, is that? That's 4 all, and that's an awful miss, is that? 100% that's 4 all. I'll tell you what, that should be
Scott.
5 all with that miss.
Get to rum and coke, please.
That's awful.
It's the pressure, that, Matt. That's why we're not in this game, because we can't handle that pressure. Right, could not be more balanced. 4 all, mistakes all round. Kev to break. I think the winner of this game could potentially go on to boss it. Muchas gracias, por favor.
Tell you what.
How's Russ got on?
Don't know, mate. But you made a mess of him.
Yeah. Do you expect anything less?
Nah. Nah. You give me the big balls, the pop. Come with you. I'll tell you what, Stiffy.
He's done it
Stiffy
again.
is
He's done it again.
an easy
Second frame in a row. He's missed.
Tell you what.
He's missed a banker.
one. He needs to get his head switched on, otherwise that's it.
There's
Sorry,
a lot
sorry,
of
this is
noise
it.
come from the room.
Spence, I think that's it now. 100% that's it. There we go. The only one he's got is just top yellow, top back, just top caution. But apart from that, straightforward for Kev. But if he leaves that last, he'll be able to get on from bottom right.
Think-
No, he's going for the bottom right.
The problem with Kev is
There we go.
he had to play a lot.
Tell you what, they're fucking.
I
both
understand
missing a fucking lot now.
in a way. I understand why he's missed that, because he had to play a lot of nice shots. Every shot had to be plumb. He won't guaranteed the next shot, then the next shot, the next shot. He had to play for every shot. Same here with Stevie. He's got to be good on this shot. He's screwing back on this, which makes it missable. He had to. That's what I mean. He had to screw back on it, so it made it missable. If he could have just rolled it in. if Kev clears from here, it's a good clearance.
It's Chris Smith. Stiff blown it. Bottle's gone.
No, he's not far wrong.
No, not far wrong. 100%. Hey, Stevie. Chris Smith. Stiff blown it. Bottle's gone. We'd let him know, Chris.
Oh, Kev's in dire memory here. I think I'd play yellow off the red, leave the yellow bag, let Stevie play, put him back in play. He's gone for it. He's gone for it.
Tell you what. 2 shots.
That's the worst outcome.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I think they're trying to force it too much here.
Yeah, the pressure's on, isn't it?
There we
It's
go.
a lot of pressure.
This is simple as this for Reds.
Why is he playing the yellow? Why don't you just play the red straight off?
Don't get that. 4-4, Andy. Andy, it's 4-4. Andy, 4-4. Don't get that yellow.
I think it's potentially the worst 4-4 you've ever seen in your life.
Horrendous. Oh.
Shot, Stevie.
It should be 5-4 now.
Yeah, he's going wrong side of the black. He don't wanna. He's going wrong side of the black here.
No, a little bit at top.
Told you he's got wrong side of the black. It's 4-inch out of his 4-inch off his red, and makes it total harder. But it's a good shot.
It's like a deal of stuff, isn't he? And these cards out.
I've got some here.
Right? Where's Peter Dots come from?
Right, so if anybody's actually watching, we're on 5-4, Stevie's 5-4 up. Stevie's break. Has he got a break condition in to make it interesting?
I'll tell you what, they're both capable. That's the worst thing in the match.
Yeah, it's just
Don't mean?
they're dragging each other down. That's a weird scenario.
Yeah, but then you say, like, most people think, like, okay, they're playing the first away, but they've been, like, they're not drinking soft drinks, are they, like some pufters?
No, we've been in the pub 10 hours. Let's make that understandable. We've been in the pub 10 hours.
Do you know what I mean? Half of them, don't you? You see them, watch them, don't you? None of them go for a game with a pint of beer in your hand. So
Craig Farnsworth having a rum and coke in between his games. He's
Nah.
having a
they're having a
lime
bottle
and
of water
lemonade.
off.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
But to be fair, even our standard is better than this.
Yeah.
Pikey Mike's still arguing on the phone. Look,
He is. Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's fuming, isn't he?
been
I'll
half
tell
an
you
hour.
what,
He's
It's
arguing
been
on
half
the
an hour.
phone.
I'll tell you what, he's up and down. I'll tell you what, though, but can you blame his missus? And when you tell his missus that he's fond of another woman? No. I'm sorry.
I can't blame him. Never mind his missus. Fucking Jesus. King Dragon.
I'll tell you what, Stevie's on here.
Yeah, see, this is where
This is it. Let's go back here. Oh.
this is
Tell you
Stevie.
what.
That was Stevie on a Tuesday night when
Tuesday night.
after the game, we come back to the pub, and
Stevie wants some music on, so
Steve, what's the music got? It's
We're
our
gonna-
it's our fault. He's
Hey,
playing
yeah,
crap.
It's our fault.
It's our fault. It's
So,
our fault.
so what we're gonna do is sing him the angels.
I've been a thing. There's
An
angel
Contemplate my faith. I threw it all. What's the matter? Been a long afternoon. Tell you what, I think we should pick this recorder up and go through the other room, you know.
I know they're having fun, aren't they?
Because the other lads, they don't care about what's happening here. What's happening through there, like?
Playing 3-ball.
Oh, what Bob said. Who's winning?
Bob.
Andrew's won 2. Someone's just done it in 2 balls, though. 2 shots.
Are they?
Got a 2 off it. Break.
Yeah. Who was that?
Don't quiz me on names.
But quiz you on anything.
We're trying as hardest to make this interesting. Jesus Christ.
We even sang Angels.
What's he thinking? The skill shot don't go. He's thinking put yellow over bag.
Just put yellow mitten. I don't know.
Michael, you've been having a conversation, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah, Pikey, what's been going on? We've been following your conversation. You're a bit high rated outside.
Commentating on the conversation.
The pool weren't good enough to commentate, huh?
Mikey's got a bit live, mate. Looks like it's an animated
Yeah, what's been happening, Pikey? Are you got to go to or what?
Shots TV.
I was speaking to
Shots
someone
TV.
that I should ride Kate with, not home.
The what?
I was speaking to Claire, not. I thought I'd ring her. We'd have a little bit of a chat.
About what?
Oh, Claire in the air and cake. Whether the cake will keep.
I take it the cake isn't keep.
Come on, Kev. Please restore some faith in pool humanity.
The cake was still there tomorrow.
Hey, Bezzy, I hope you're still watching, Bezzy.
Shot, Kev.
Are you still watching, Bezzy? If you're there, mate, just give us a message. Shots TV.
Bezzy, if you're watching this, how boring is your life? Because this is shocking. Stevie's blaming us why he missed his last shot. That's his claim. He's blaming us why he missed his last shot.
Hey, I tell you what, though. We're up to 23 viewers. Hey, we've hit the heights of 23.
What you normally use to Sam on your streams? A couple of hundred.
Hey, I tell you what.
You doing?
I tell you what.
You're doing
Hey,
well tonight. 23.
Yes.
Hey, I tell you what. Bessie, just give me a message. Give me a wave, Danny Blair. Hey, sorry, Bessie. I'm stood behind the camera, not playing. Hey, Stevie, give him a wave.
Give
Quick.
Bezzy a wave.
Give Bessie a wave, Stevie. Nah, you see. He's going to bang your missus instead.
Right, Stevie's on yellows. He's struggling. It's not a bad shot. He's put the red.
Hey up.
Who's that?
Baker winging. Hello, Baker. Yeah, I'm on commentary, mate. You're loudspeaker. Why, what's up? Yeah, final, mate. How's your date? How's your date go? Did you go all the way, mate?
That must be a new height for pull commentary. A live phone call.
Yeah, mate. Well, you know. Look, I'm here to share, Anna.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
you're
here
a player,
for.
mate. You're a player.
So, but I'll tell you what, I fancy getting.
Nice shot, Kev.
Yeah, lovely.
Nice shot, Kev.
I'll tell you what, yellow safe on top push.
You got one problem ball here, Kev.
Tell you what, who's going to play that now? Up top bag. Shot to now. Shot to now.
It's in and out over, isn't it? Because he's snookering him.
Yeah, that's it.
Shot. I didn't need the snooker, did he? So
Nah, that's it. It's shot to now. So Steve's got all the things to do.
Do you want a beer?
All he... Nah. Nah, I'm alright for a minute, mate. See? Getting no whatsoever. There we go. Kev's in control here, I think. Plays the plan. That's it. Get him done and dusted. Put in. He's going to play... Nah, he played a plan.
Nolly,
Maybe.
tell Sausage.
He's playing a plan. He's playing a double. What? He's
Rum and
playing-
Coke,
no,
please.
No, he ain't. No. So... Well, well played.
You want one?
That's two. That's two, Kev. Hey, Chris Smith, I tell you what.
They're complaining now that the music's so loud.
Yeah, and ask for music.
Ask for music, now
Tell
it's so
them to
loud.
turn it down. And then Chris Smith, look at him. Hi.
Kev's got this.
Chris Smith, does Stevie have a webcam in his bedroom? Well, I tell you what, be desperate if you were. He's a big lad, like.
It needs to
What?
be.
What? I tell you what. Bessie's laid in bed, pal. Laughing at these two. Good lad. I hope he's not with his mate's missus.
Well, that's what happens in Drift.
Who's busy?
That Beston. Hey.
He's got a good looking bird, him.
Yeah.
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 But Gladstone had a good looking bird and then Millsy fucked it.
I think he did. Rumours there.
No, I mean he messed it up. Not like, not in like literally.
I can't comment there.
Right, it's 5-all.
5-all.
5-all. Change the score, mate.
Yeah, I'll change the
Change
score
the
now.
score. Sam's here. Sam's buzzing. They've drawn 3-all with Man United.
Yeah.
No, you've done 6. You've done 6, you bellend. Sam's never seen note like this. Sam's done a lot of streams. A lot of streams in a lot of crap places. And he's never seen note like this.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack, mate. We won't talk about your bed.
But she's fit, apparently.
It'll be an interesting night in a couple of weeks up measure.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Aye. Mate, shit stinks. Get over it.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
Yeah.
That's it.
You can't fall out with the river because it don't flow that your way. The river flows the way it flows. Don't fall out with it because it don't flow your way. See, you didn't expect inspirational quotes on Yorkshire Live project, did you, tonight? Kev's just broke, dry break. Like, Kev's shaking his head, he can't believe it.
He's awful.
Cannot believe it.
Tell you what, I don't know about Stevie here. He just looks worried.
He's just not his usual self.
No, he's not happy, is he?
I think it's because he's fat.
He shakes his head more times than anyone. He just... I tell you what, if he looks like that, he looks like Shrek, doesn't he? Look at him, concentrating. Looks like Shrek.
I think he's thinking because he can't pop the black, but the spread is nowhere near the black. So play a shot before that. Do you know what I mean? Don't play the black. Right, Sam. Sam's here. We're just saying, Sam, that Stevie's shaking his head because the shot he played weren't very good. But we think he's shaking his head because he knows he can't get on the black. But it's a lot of shots before the black, isn't he? So play the shots in front of you and not worry about the black yet. We know the pros and what have you play black back, but sometimes it's not always on, is it? Wes is in the house. Wes has got good
See,
bulbs.
I'm sorry, Stevie's lost his.
You think?
Yeah.
What, this frame or this game?
I don't know. It just doesn't seem with it now, does he?
It's a big call to say he's lost the game.
Well, I called Kev losing this 8-1, 8-0, 8-1, but I won't listen to what I say, but Stevie just doesn't look. Tell you what, is that best?
Of the two of them,
Hey,
Kev's just playing tactically.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He's
Just playing the
chipping
shot.
away.
Yeah.
Chipping away. He's not
And-
trying to do no. He's Zobrian. He's not trying to
Tell you
win
what,
the
mate,
frame at one visit. He's
you've got an arse licker in Bezzy here. Loves you,
it's
mate.
all right, man.
Yeah,
It's
mate, he
alright.
loves you. Look
It's
at him.
alright.
Legend, Chris Legend.
Oh, it's all right. He knows.
He knows.
He knows. Even my wife calls me a legend.
Tell you what, Stevie here now. He gets his yellow out as well. Okay. He's not happy with that, is Shrek.
No, but I think this is where Kev's playing nice. He's just playing the right ball at the right time. He knows Stevie's not at his best. He knows that Stevie's ain't gonna clear him up. He's just playing his bad ball over the bag, time and time again, and putting himself in the position to win every frame.
Yeah.
And you can't argue with it. You cannot argue with that. And look at the table. If Stevie clears from here, he's played really well. But
Yeah. I tell you what,
Kev's last two shots have been about the table. They're not about like clearing up.
Yeah.
He's put this over this bag, that over that bag, and he's giving Stevie the predicament of.
I mean,
Yeah.
Stevie's thinking about clearing up.
He's
all the
basically
time,
saying to him,
Clear up.
He's basically saying to him, put your way out of it, or I'm winning. And that's why it's 5-all. And he's done that for the last 3 frames. And he's making himself...
He's thinking here.
It's reality, isn't it? It's reality. It's reality. There's just...
Kev knows you get another shot here.
Of course he is.
That's
But what he's saying is, what he's saying to Stevie is, if you clear these up, you've done really well. He's drawing the mistake. That's what he's done, because he knows that the last 2 shots he's played was to draw the mistakes out of Stevie, because he knows that Stevie's not playing like he can play.
Tell you what. Bit of Johnny Cash as well, mate. You can't fault it.
Yeah, a bit of Johnny Cash.
Bit of Johnny Cash.
To be fair, bit of Johnny Cash, Kev Bolland playing at the table.
Oh,
It's like it's like written in the stars.
It is. Keep playing this, mate. That's it. 100%. Bit of Johnny Cash. Tell you what, he'll do well as well. Shot.
But Kev's still in a position where he don't need to pot to win.
Yeah.
Because Stevie's got some
Bad
3
balls,
bad
yeah.
balls. They're not 1 ball Stevie's on.
I mean, Kev's going to go tricky ball. Is that one on the right hand side? But he'll play that down this cushion surely now.
No, I don't think he will.
Yeah, he will, yeah. And they go, yeah, there we go. That'll it. Play the plan.
This is the only risky shot because he's...
There we go. But then he ain't lost out.
No.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He ain't lost out. No.
There's Kev must be like
I tell you what,
80
Bezzy's took that wrong,
20.
hasn't he? Can you believe Bezzy's took that wrong way?
What's saying? Can't read it.
Read it.
I'm not in bed with Gladstone. No, he's single. I bet Diog is in the jukebox and fuck off, you silly cunt.
Do you know what I mean? Unacceptable, really, to be honest. Aye.
Bezzy's a good kid, though.
Yeah, but Andy Hogg went. Andy Hogg went home hours ago.
Yeah, but Stevie's on the back foot here, but Stevie's playing percentage ball, bring his balls out, the balls he can, bring them out, and then worry about the next shot after. Put the pressure on Kev this shot. Kev's got 2 options. He's got the container or he's got the attacking, and knowing Kev, he'll attack. Now the container. Play the attack, now contain.
Shot, there you go. But
Kev's playing well enough to play to win this game.
yeah,
5-all,
yeah.
and
Depends what he finds. What shot is.
thing is, you've got 2 types of player here. Is where
I'd play this.
you put Stevie in front of the balls and he'll pot them.
Yeah.
But then you'll put Kev on this side of it, just like that. A little bit of pressure on him. Just a little bit of pressure. Just checking if it's on
There we go,
touching
shot.
or.
Shot. That's hell of a shot. That's lovely.
But Kev knows his
But I
way
think-
out. He's
yeah.
figured it out already. He knows his way out.
Yeah, he's down and already playing.
Oh, he's missed
That
him.
missing two. Get rid of that red out of the bag, surely. But the worst thing is, Divvy. The best thing you can do is here, is pick White up here, flick off that first yellow, bring it back out into play, and send White down and pot red.
Yeah, but it's a high percentage shot that.
Yeah.
Because
But
Stevie needs to do two things in one shot.
yeah, it does. Yeah, but it's not missable, is it? It's better than that, isn't it? 100%.
Well, I didn't expect that. I'll be honest, I did not expect that. Not one bit I expected that.
So yeah. Game over.
6-5.
Yeah. 100% 6-5. Learn it now. Catch the line now. James Baker. Hey, what a tosser. Hey, mate, right? Unless you could take a bird out, mate, ring me on loudspeaker, right? Then, well, you can't call me a tosser. And there's only one reason why James Baker left here at about 1:30 to never return again. So Yorkshire ain't even having. Well, I don't even know what you're talking about. Love you, Yorkshire, but fuck me. You want something different here. Chris, Mr. Smith, the fat lad, hasn't seen the Snickers in about 10-20 minutes. That's why he's gone apart. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dry break. Dry break, Kev's on the table now. Kev's red. Kev's red, that's it. Tell you what.
Right, Danny, we're on.
That's it,
Where we
mate.
at?
Well, Kev's on reds, and to be honest, if he pots this on, I think that's for him over. Has to be.
Kev 6'5", yeah?
Yeah, Kev 6'5". This will. I'll tell you what.
What's this then? Free table or are we going?
No, yellow's in play. Yellow's in play. That's it.
Sam's buzzing.
Yeah, it looks buzzing. How long a drive home have you got? Said, how long a drive home have you got? Brid. Yeah,
Only
shit
half
all.
up to Brid.
Shit all.
You get fucking robbed on way home.
Yeah. Dodges Brid. I'll tell you what, you typical Wessie mate, you. Hey, come for a weekend, don't go back. No mind laughing about it. It's true.
Muchas gracias, Papa. Get you, right? Right, we're on. We're trying to do productive commentary on the
Yeah, it's
on
hard,
the
mate,
poll.
when we're busy
We're on,
about.
we're on 5-6.
Yeah,
We've
Stevie in there.
We've been drinking all day. We
I've
all
got-
want Kev to win.
Yeah. This is it.
Stevie's on reds.
No, Stevie on yellows.
Is he on yellows?
Yeah. So, this is it. Kev's standing now. This is game over. Well. Yeah, Kev, you can't, like, it'll go. It's fucking obvious it'll go. We just got to get down that table to put it.
What goes? The bottom one?
Yeah.
Think it goes?
Yeah, with a.
No.
Yeah, I'll go with red and yellow together. It just, nah, not like that there. He's well and truly balls it now, but difficult queuing.
Thing is, we play a shot here and Stevie's got
Yeah, still got 7, so.
he's got 7 on and
Yeah.
2 aren't on.
But I'll roll it into middle.
Shot.
This one here, just leave it over bottom bag. Just behind that yellow. No.
Ground balls, eh?
Shot.
He's left the red really safe.
Well, he has, yeah.
But he's
Stevie's-
tied the black up, so Stevie ain't going for a
No,
finish
no.
either.
Kid's not happy. But I tell you what, if Stevie goes his bottom, I'd go bottom yellow. I'd go bottom yellow because it frees up the yellow to the left hand side of the white now. Bottom yellow, screw back.
Stevie's thinking right now,
No,
how
there we
do
go.
I get on that black?
There we go.
Because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
thinks
But
he
black
can
goes,
put, he
black
can,
goes. You
he
just
thinks he can put all them yellows.
there, if you leave that yellow down that cushion, black will go. 100%. So
What's he doing with them two?
don't matter what, man. So yellow into middle, top yellow. There you go. No. I cut top. I cut middle yellow into. There you go. So I cut yellow into middle.
Terrible shot by the way, Stevie.
Middle yellow into middle. They brought you around for top. Well,
Kev's got freedom now because
Yeah.
he's got. Stevie's
Yeah,
got
but-
two
well,
terrible
black-
yellows.
yeah, but black and
It
red
doesn't
are
matter, he's got the
easy.
freedom. He don't even need to play any of
So.
these shots. Any of these shots.
There you go.
So now Stevie's got four problems. He's got to pot one. He's got to get on them two at the top, and then he's got to try and get the black out. So he's played a blinder there.
Yeah, cracking shot as that. But he's going to have to play a belting plant here.
Doesn't matter. He's not in the game. Stevie's not in the game.
So. I'll do is play this yellow bottom bag. Just bring it out.
I reckon he can. Stevie could snooker him.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Just well, I'd have brought it a bit further, but it's been it.
Oh, 2 shots. Good shot by Stevie, that.
Yeah.
Drawn 2 shots out. Stevie plays enough pole to understand this conundrum. It's a poor shot. It's a poor shot. I don't think at 5-6 down, Stevie's mindset was at that shot. I don't think he played that shot. I don't think that's what his outcome was.
So,
Because he's left Kevin now 1 shot off winning the game. But then Stevie's good enough. Stevie's good enough to make this game a game. It's kind of his game. A good shot here makes it a good game. I don't think that's a bad shot.
awful.
No, it ain't, because
It is.
no.
It is.
Where's the
Red will go.
the red will go, but what?
Yeah, but white will
the
come back
white's-
up and
the
that's
white
it.
is hard to control.
Nah.
It is, mate.
There we go. Red will go. There we go. And just flick off the black here. Enough. There we go. Boom. Wow. I say what?
I'd like to say I told you so, but I didn't expect it being like that.
Nah. Tell you what. Tell you what, that's it now.
Stevie, he may as well just pot the black because take the frame. He's not getting out of this. He's not
Nah.
good enough to get out of this.
Oh well.
Oh, he's gone nice. Has he got it? Has he got it?
Nah.
Don't look
Kev-
like it.
Kev's too
Don't
down
look
too
like
quick.
it. Seven, 5. Shoot, Kev. Kev to break.
What's that? 7, 7, 5.
5.
There we go.
Take that, mate.
Yeah, I know that. But I pressed it one and it didn't change. I waited. Pressed it again, it jumped 2.
I think this has been the hardest game of pool to commentate on I've ever seen in my life. Because they are both playing terrible.
Well, to be fair, they're both capable of breaking dish, but none of them compared. And yeah. And to be fair, I'd take me off to Kev because he ain't been playing this year.
Yeah, Kev's had a lot on, but
Yeah.
the thing is,
He's a good player.
I
That's
think
it.
it's
Game over here.
pardon? Kev.
Game over. Yeah. Yeah. It's down.
Red in.
Huh?
When I brought, I had 3 dry breaks. I just couldn't get hold of the mic.
Yep. They're commentating on the final now.
Kev, I think Kev will just set the yellows, take a colour set, and then deal his medicine.
Yeah, sorry, Bob. No one could care if you could not pot a ball off of 3 breaks. Because it's not about you. It's about Kev Ball and Phil Stevens in the final. You boring bastard. I'm sorry. Next.
Next. To be fair, it'd be quite fitting if Kev could break and dish.
That's it, mate.
On the only break and dish of the finals night.
Yeah, that's it.
To do it on the last frame would be...
It's not gonna. He's gonna. Look at this now. 100%.
Bit of screw dog here. He's got a chance.
He's on it.
He's got a chance here.
He's all over it. Come on. No, we're not.
We're not. We're on it.
We're on it.
We're on it.
Breaking this year. Breaking this year for the final frame. No pressure like Kev.
It's one of them where you just leave the white. Leave the white and a shot on the black.
Yeah.
Leave the white with your shot on the black.
No, you see. Now you're trying to make it hard work.
He's only gone and left it. He's only gone and left it.
No,
yeah.
Yes. That's it.
We're on a breaking dish on the final frame. He's only gone and broken dish on the final frame.
Wow. Stevie bottled it. That's it.
Absolute shocking quality of pull. And then he's
hey,
broken
I gotta
dish
look at this.
on the final frame.
I'll tell you what. Stevie, it's on camera, mate. Stevie, it's on camera. Stevie, it's on camera.
Honestly, God.
Stevie. Kev. No, Stevie. Stevie. Kev, if you shoot round, it's on camera. I'm sorry. Kev. If you'd like to go that side of the table, you can see with the camera with the trophy.
No, you did well. You did well. You weren't as good as the commentary, I've got to say that. Them two have found a niche in the life, haven't they? Look at them. Yeah. They are fucking... Full pundits, what a future. Them two fuckers have a future. Yeah.
As things come to an end here in Driffield, just want to thank everyone that's tuned in. I know the quality might have been a bit hit and miss, but that's local poll. Thank you to the lads that have been commentating throughout. Sorry, I'm just getting grief by someone. What's up? Got school. Yeah. GCSEs are hard at the moment. Thanks for the White Horse for having us. The grub was very nice earlier. I would recommend to anyone that's in the area to come in. What's up with you? Off you go then. Right, I think it's time to go. Whatever you're doing for the rest of your night, enjoy it. And we will see you in a few weeks' time. There's more events booked in and we're getting booked out for 2020. See you all soon. Cheers.